Hello ladies and gents, welcome to the live stream. Today is a day I didn't fully expect to happen today, but here we are. A2A simulations have a running track record of releasing their aircraft either while I'm on holiday or just while I'm about to go on holiday. This has been the thing for the last, I want to say, like 4 releases, which covers probably the last 8 years of flight simulation releases from A2A. I seem to remember going back. The 182 definitely was one. The Cherokee was one. I think the Comanche in MSFS probably was almost one as well. But here we are. So I'm actually going on holiday tomorrow, and I'll be back this weekend. So really, from this point onwards, the next time I can do a video or live stream is next week. So, yeah, but thankfully it released just an hour or two ago, and because I'm a freelancer, I shifted some of my hours around, and here we are. So I thought I could do a good long stream. While the sim is loading up, what I will do is I will pull in my map, and I should show you basically what I'm planning on doing. So the Piper Aerostar, I googled it. The Piper Aerostar was manufactured in Van Nuys Airport in Los Angeles, which is an airport that I've been to before in real life. My brother actually worked there for many years and still has many links there. And so I'm going to fly a brand new factory fresh Aerostar from the Van Nuys plant to my home base, which is for many years has been Shoreham in the UK. So it's obviously when the Cherokee was released, we did some flights. I did ferry flights from Pennsylvania, New Haven, I think it was. Yeah, New Haven, up and across, and it took me. Was it 50 hours or maybe less? It was probably 30 or 40 hours it took me. This will probably take considerably less. The cruise range of the Aerostar, as far as I can tell, is slightly more than the Comanche, and that really shows you how far the Comanche can cruise itself. Hello, Samuel. Good to see you from Portugal. Good to see you. Hopefully my microphone is working correctly and the stream is looking okay. Let me know how things look. Should be no dropped frames as of yet. 60 frames per second seems to be working okay. So as the stream loads in, basically we're going to be flying. Our first leg is going to be Van Nuys up to Great Falls in Montana, which actually is I quite enjoy that because my brother, like I said, who used to work and live in LA, or just outside LA, used to work in Van Nuys, has now moved up to Montana, and his wife and his kids and his family live in Montana, and he works as a business jet pilot, predominantly out of Great Falls, Montana, and the West Coast. So the leg between Montana, Great Falls, and Van Nuys is one that he will probably know very well. Sound is fine, thank you. Great news, can't wait to get home. Yep. So this first leg it's only 860 nautical miles. So well within the Aerostar's fuel range. The next leg of the journey, though, will be from Great Falls, Montana, up to Missouri, just on the southern edge of the Hudson Bay, and that really is designed to push the Aerostar's limits a little bit more. That's just over 1,200 nautical mile leg, but of course it's designed for me to kind of get familiar with a long range cruise situation in the Aerostar while over land with many diversion airports. So that's a fairly safe test. And the next leg is again going to be another fairly long one, just almost 1,200 nautical miles up to Nuuk in Greenland, and then from Nuuk, again another fairly long one, almost 1,200 nautical miles out to Vagar in the Faroe Islands, and then the shortest leg of them all is from Vagar down to Shoreham. So that is the legs that it takes to get an Aerostar from Van Nuys over the Atlantic to the other side. So that's the plan, and let's just drag that across and let's go have a look. So I've not even, this is literally the first time I've installed it, pulled it up. I've not even, yeah, you see I was doing glider pilot stuff earlier today and yesterday. So let's go to airplanes and let's see what we can see. Get a preview of all the aircraft I have in my list. I could just Google for it in the bar above, but I quite like to kind of learn mentally where it is spatially in the. There's the Comanche. Where's the Aerostar? Come on, I have installed it. Oh, that's embarrassing. Where is it? Ah, there it is. Whew, for a second, I thought for some reason it wasn't there. I would have had to have restarted the sim. Here we go. Look at this. So, livery. Okay, so there's only a default livery as of yet. That's fine. Fuel and payload. So I'm going to do this in the tablet. The identification, though, I'm going to put in my beloved Golf Lima India Foxtrot Romeo. And I know I've used Golf Lima India Foxtrot Romeo for years, but I'm heavily considering making Golf Lima India Foxtrot Romeo exclusive to, well, no, it's the chair. No, actually, what is it in flight FS Economy? What's the reg? Because I have an Aerostar on FS Economy. That's what that is. Okay, let's just go Golf Oscar Uniform Charlie Papa. That's what it is. So this is my new Aerostar reg, and this is going to be my unique aircraft. There we go. Save, and hopefully that should sync onto the side of the aircraft. So let's go and have a look at Los Angeles, Van Nuys. Here we go. So if we zoom in, hopefully we should have. Now, I just ported over the 2020 scenery for Van Nuys into 2024, so hopefully it should work okay. Now, actually, let me see if I can Google Piper workshop at Van Nuys Airport. See if I can try and find what Piper Manufacturing. Piper Manufacturing. Where was the Piper Aerostar manufactured at Van Nuys? By Ted Smith. It doesn't. I'm not gonna maybe waste time trying to figure out. Hey there, Peter. Excited for this release? Yes. Pretty excited, I have to say. It's been a long time we've been waiting for this. Let's just go grab like a small GA ramp down here. I'm not going to be too crazy about that. Let's just make sure that the weather is live, the air traffic is off and off. Make sure that is live. And, okay. Moment of truth, here we go. Ramp GA small. Start flight. So first things first, we'll do a quick walk around of the aircraft, have a look at what we have. Make sure that we're started in the cold and dark state. We'll get the fuel tanks full to the brim.
Need to set parking brakes to request ground services.
Thank you. We'll make sure that we're all set and ready to go, and then we'll see if we can go through the checklists. One thing I do want to do at this stage is I want to pull up the official A2A manual document, which will probably be in the community folder. Aerostar documentation. There you go. No, read me first. What's the read me first saying? Get rid of that. Thank you for purchasing this. Manual missing. The AccuSim Aerostar manual is currently in an early draft state, as it is of one of the final elements. Okay, so basically, that answered my question. The manual, if you get this in early access, the manual is not ready yet. So we're flying with no manual, which is fine. I wonder if they've got some checklists in the tablet like they do for the Comanche on. Okay, ready to fly. Okay. Wow, here it is, guys. Our Aerostar in the flesh. It is kind of weird to me that I'm actually looking at this, and it's actually finally here. Oh, what is my... Okay, so the propellers have gone into a completely oh, my brain has just stopped working. The propellers have gone into a completely that thing that you do to the propellers to stop them spinning in the air thing. That. It's going to come to my brain in a second. But that's what the propellers have automatically done as of loading in. My registration has loaded up nicely on the side of the aircraft. That's good. What I do need to do... Nice little line there. What I do need to do is take a screenshot for Volanta. So I will do that now. What's the screenshot button? It's Alt F1, I think? Yes, there it is. Screenshot saved. That's for my Volanta track. Actually, let's pull up Volanta now. Because if I'm going to do this long flight up to Montana... Feather, thank you. It's been a day. It's been a day. I've been up in the audio booth working today on my day job, and I saw the announcement on Discord hit, and immediately made some plans. So here I am. So let's just grab... I know you're all yearning for me to actually get in. Let's just make a quick aircraft profile. Aircraft. What is it? A PA. It's a Golf Ouch P. And it's a PA. What is an actual P? Is it a P60? Let me have a look. Where's the FS Economy? I'll go back to FS Economy for that. PA60. I think it's PA60. Yeah. PA60. Let's and it's a private airline. Create. EGKA. Right. Shoreham. Upload image. And let's just throw that in there and let's get going. Because that's not what you've come to see. You've come to see the aircraft. Not me setting something up on Volanta. Looking good? Sweet. Okay, so the aircraft here is Golf Ouch P. Sweet. PA60. Golf. Okay, so let's minimize that. Good afternoon, listener. Is this plane released? Yes, so it literally released about an hour and a half ago into early access. So if you go to the A2A Simulations website, you can grab it. So let's just go and what else am I doing? I could fire up Discord. I could be cheeky and put the Discord link in the A2A Simulations channel, but that's a bit bold. Anyway, let's now the walk around. Now, can I click on that from this position here? No. Ah, right. I need you to just get closer. So the same audio noise from the thing is I don't know how to crouch down in this view, so. If I need to crouch down to get underneath and look at stuff, there's the handle. Let's just take the chocks away. I don't see any pitot covers or anything around the wings underneath at this stage, so I can see it. Oh, I see. There's the fuel sump is hovering in midair. Can I click on that? I wonder if I should actually go into the tablet and try and do this via the tablet rather than oh, there we go. Rather than just run around. Oh. Press C on the keyboard to crouch. No, that's not working for me. I may not have that bound as default. Oh, what is going on? I'm being spammed over to the other side of the aircraft. Let's try and go back around again. Okay, so you can actually, but the problem is for me is that that's quite far away. Fuel tank cap. Okay. Wow. It's like a side fuel tank? That's cool. So, I'm treating this live stream as a kind of first look live stream. I obviously know very little about the Aerostar compared to how much I should know. So I'm sure I'll be making mistakes, but there we go. Okay, so let's go hit Control C, is it? I think Control C. Let's get in the aircraft and have a look. Ooh, it's always exciting jumping into something like this for the first time. So let's just open the door. Very nice. Does the other door work? Nope. Oh, it's just a single door. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6-seater. So the pilot sits, and the pilot has 5 passenger seats. I'm just thinking about the potential for FS economy flights. Basically, it's like a small executive sort of thing. What I will do is start FS Realistic, because that is the best camera add-on that I have until Chaseplane comes to 2024. It gives me nice kind of dynamic cockpit shakes and that sort of thing. What I'm going to do is just randomly assign someone has already created an Aerostar. Okay, let's try that. Okay, so let's have a look. So tablet. Okay, so as I saw on Lewis's stream, this is using the default tablet, but the A2A tablet is grafted into it. I get the Aerostar and Air Commander confused in my head. Yeah, that's a fair point. I have basically never used the default tablet, hardly at all, because it confuses me. It makes no sense. Half of it doesn't seem to work ever. So I'm very happy just to go straight. I like that I can see my profile has been assigned. If I go flight info. Okay, so we do have takeoff, climb, cruise, approach, and landing profiles. Advisories, basically, which is very helpful. We've got our classic endurance estimations based on your situation. Checklists, yes, I'm glad to see this. This is what is going to be very happy to use. So that's what I'm going to be using there. Emergency checklist as well. Look at that. So, okay, let's go controls. Parking brake is set. Wheel chocks have been taken away. Tie downs have been taken away. Headphones are... Yep, the cable works. Cabin vent, cabin heater, engine 1 and engine 2 heaters. So that's going to be helpful when we get to Missouri. Montana, sorry. So the standard battery avionics pitot heat, engine alternator, mags, fuel pump, alternator, mags, fuel pump, light, strobe, beacon, landing left and right, nav, cabin, instrument panel, and map light. Okay, so I have the I have the GTN 750, the PMS GTN 750 Pro. So that is, I'm assuming, what I would be seeing once I turn that on. But for this flight, because I'm a purist, why do those look weird now? It does kind of look weird now. Now that I went back, the screen textures look a bit weird. Anyway, we'll turn the electrics on and see what happens. Because I'm a purist, at least for the ferry flights over to Shoreham, let's just pretend that we'll wait for the GTN at Shoreham. We'll get that loaded up in the aircraft, but until then we're flying as stock. So auto start, cold and dark. If we just hit the cold and dark button, oh okay, that undid what I just did. So let's take the tie downs and the wheel chocks away. What else did that do? No, that's fine. Okay. What a beauty. What an absolute beauty. Okay, autopilot. You can actually you can control the autopilot from this area. Auto start, cold and dark, which is what we just hit. So options: gyro drift, gyro sound, realistic steering. Thank you. Metric temperature. Yes. Cockpit persistence. Yes. Visible passengers. Why not? 8.33 hertz comms, clock 24 hours. Yeah. Persistence by livery, yes. Realistic parking brake, yes. Metric air pressure. Yes. Because tablet volume. Okay, advanced options. Ooh. Wear rate, let's leave that at normal. Failure rate, let's leave that at normal. Turbulent strength looks like it's in the middle. Small JPI or JPI in Celsius. I don't understand what those two are, so I'll leave them for now and wait and see. Okay, so let's go to the fuel and payload manager. So we have gallons and pounds, which is fine for me. Total weight is there. Metric units, yeah, okay, we don't want metric units, actually. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take 2 people, because for ferry flights you would want 2. Let's go put 50 pounds baggage. Now, interesting. Yeah, oh, okay, that's true. So there's 3 tanks. There's the center tank and then the 2 wing tanks. See, the 2 wing tanks have more fuel than the center tank does. Let's just make sure that's full, and let's update the engine monitor while we're here. So let me just calculate that. Let's pause track IR, calculator, and let me just confirm. So that's 62 times 2 plus 42 is 166. Okay, so it's 166. Oh, there's Discord. That's 166 gallons. Which means that the FS Economy Aerostar's 215 gallon capacity is not the same as this aircraft. So we've done that. So let's go to the maintenance panel. So we've got the airframe. Let's go and inspect it. Everything is there. So we've got hydraulic fluid level, rudder, elevator, battery. Batteries in the tail? Okay. Aileron, tire, gear, brake, flap. Aileron, propeller, tire, gear, landing light, landing light. Okay. We're going to go with a new airframe. Engines. So oil level, 8 quarts. Do we want... So it came standard as 8 quarts. I'm going to leave it standard at 8 quarts. Oil grade. I don't know enough about oil grade to know what I'm doing there. So spark plugs, massive or fine wire. I'll leave it as is. And engine number 2 is going to be the same. So, and then of course the engine analyzers that we know from the Comanche as well. Bear in mind that these engines are fuel injected. So there's not going to be any carburetor or... manifold de-ice, carburetor de-icing, carb icing. Again, brain. So it's going to be direct fuel injection. I don't know what that little... Let's press that. Okay. Okay, so that's part of the default tablet. We don't care about that. Okay, so what's that out there? Torque, RPM, power, and thrust. Okay. Electrical issues. Okay, so we're currently the battery's full. We haven't turned anything on yet, so there we go. Cool. So let's... And what do we have in terms? Yeah, 0 hours and 0 hours on the clock. So essentially, this is a factory fresh Aerostar, just built off the line. And let's having a look at some of these textures. Look, oh, textures, guys. Look at that. So that's like a... Oh, that looks cool. That's not leather. It's like hardened plastic that's kind of seen weathering, and it kind of has this honeycombed micro crack effect. Nice. Nice. So let's have a look here. So we've got the parking brake down here, ventilation, fresh air. We've got the master battery, alternator switch 1, alternator switch 2. We've got propeller de-ice, pitot heat, cabin fan, cabin heat, beacon light, strobe light, nav light, cabin light, left landing gear, right landing gear light, the glare shield light. Let's go fuel selector. Okay. Fuel selector 1 on left wing and fuselage. Fuel selector is on right wing and crossfeed, or off. Interesting. So you've got 2 selections there, on and crossfeed. Interesting. So you're gonna... It looks like you're going to be going from this position to that position, on and off. Fuel pump as well. Magnetos, very helpful. That's the gear handle. Those are going to be the 3 green lights for the gear, and then the gear up indicator. Prop de-icer amps. Cool, so you can see the actual... why is there an actual click spot when you click on it? Is it because the gauges are... Can you actually tap on the gauges like you could in the Bonanza? I don't know. I don't know why you've got... Maybe it's not actually a click spot. It's just showing you the indicator. Okay. So we've got your pretty standard transponder here. It's currently off. There's transponder. Transponder ident is that little green switch. DC slave, gyro slave. Directional gyro slave. Interesting. Okay. So coming further up the panel, we've got the Collins DME. We can turn that on, and I'll be learning. What I'm going to be doing, guys, is nose steering. Oh, I'm going to be doing videos on everything on the Aerostar. The Aerostar, I'm fully intending on being proficient and releasing a whole slew of good YouTube tutorials on. Getting into the real fine nitty-gritty stuff, because this is the first twin GA aircraft that A2A have released, and that's a big deal. We've been waiting for that for a long time, despite it being a Piper. So your watch, timer, your clock, speedometer goes up to 215, 200, yeah, 220, yeah, pretty high in the green band. So that shows that you really can get up to some good speeds. The white band goes up to about 147 knots in the white band. So that's the flap. That's the flap retraction. After that is, so you can't engage flaps above that, basically. Stall speed. The red line is 84 roughly knots. So your ball and slip indicator, your heads-up display or attitude indicator, your ADF or HSI, that's the ADF. The HSI, which is pretty standard, the Comanche has one of them too. Altimeter, and the nav modes should illuminate when you've got those set. Your VOR 2, so the VOR 1 will be built into the HSI, and the VOR 2 is there. You've got the ADF, climb, and coming over now more centrally, the master avionics is here. The autopilot bus, okay, is there. Fuels, okay, so fuselage left and right is there and there and there. So those are the 3 fuel tank gauges. That's cool. Nice front and center. Nav selector, interesting. So you can do radials off nav 2 just as easily as nav 1. I love it. Looking forward to doing that. Yeah, Aerostar is the world's fastest piston twin. That is correct. So I'm looking forward to seeing how fast that actually is, you know, at flight level 150 or something. So now, this being A2A simulations, all of this stuff is practically study level. So we'll be getting into this. So transmit selector COM1 and COM2. So essentially, if I want to select a frequency on COM1 and then go to COM2 and then select a second frequency, I can essentially flick between those frequencies just by going between COM1 and COM2. So basically, I can put 2 frequencies in COM1 and COM1 standby, and COM2 and COM2 standby, and then it makes selecting frequencies much easier. Auto tune control, and we'll get into that. Pretty standard, old school nav stack with your COM1, COM2. Oh no, that's COM1, COM2, nav1, nav2. And then your ADF, so you can select your ADF, and that will appear on this yellow needle. So coming across here, we've got manifold pressure, dual gauge, RPM pressure, dual gauge. This is the engine cylinder head temperature gauge, or a digital display, similar to the smaller one on the Comanche. Landing flaps, so that's the flap indicator. What is... Oh, yeah. Okay, so you got the mags for the left and the mags for the right. Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. So you've got fuel selector 2. So this is the fuel selector for the right side, which you would want in... Oh, I see. So the on position gives you fuselage and right wing. The on position gives you left wing and fuselage for that side. So you're actually draining equally. I was wondering about that. So further along, fuel flow, dual needle, good to know. The JPI mode, oh, okay, maybe that's for this. This is the EGT all or fuel flow. Okay. The gyro pressure always wants to be sat around 5 to 5.1. The amps, hydraulic pressure, and this is your pretty standard oil temperature, oil quantity, and oil and fuel pressure. Fuel pressure, yeah. Yeah, fuel pressure. Okay. Because we've got the fuel flow here, so the fuel pressure's here. Okay. And then of course you've got your standard array of circuit breakers, but it doesn't look like any of them are operating right now. Another air ventilation, so that's probably something that A2A is going to be adding at the moment in early access. You've got your ventilation air, heat temperature, windshield froster, fan, sweet, defrost blower, hydraulic shutoff valve, auxiliary hydraulic system, good to know. Okay, so let's go down onto this area here now. Let's just make sure that my controls are working. It looks... Oh, no, those aren't actually. Hello. Let's just go and set those up. There was an Aerostar parked in the hangar at my flight school that was private owned. It's a big plane in real life. Yeah. From the videos I've seen, it looks pretty big. It's high off the ground. It's higher off the ground than you would think. That's why there's the twin doors, the door gate that comes down from below. Okay, so that's left. That should be right. There we go. GA right. So that should be GA right, and that should be GA left. So. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me on a live stream. You know what you are. Come on, I'm looking for... Why is this not going to work? Let's just see if we can set this correctly. And we can get in the air and get through these checklists. So in cruise, folks, I will probably be grabbing dinner as well. So there'll be time in cruise just to chill and ask any questions and whatnot, and just take in the beauty of the aircraft. Because, you know, this is probably going to be 2 to 3 hour flight. So it being my first, I want to just take my time and know what I'm doing and not make a fool of myself. And you guys want to see things being done as correctly as possible as well. So my throttle quadrant for the first 3 items works. Come on, I don't like it how... There it is. But why is it not working? The controls, the control bindings, yeah, okay, Peter's profile. Maybe I should set Peter's profile on the top one. And then... I hate how it sits here and loads every time you click a button. Okay, there we go. Oh no, it does say Peter's profile. Oh, maybe it's that one. I'm confused. I just want my controls to work, so let's just... See, it sits here and loads for, like, ages. See, no, that's left. That's right. I don't want that. I have this all properly set up, and... There you go. Come on. Right, load that up, and show me that you're loaded. Come on. If I have to manually go in and do this myself, I'm gonna do it. Okay, so right. I need to do this myself. Power management. Propeller. I need to go throttle 2, or propeller 2, propeller axis 2. Needs to be this. Yep, thank you. And I need to then go to my mixtures. Mixture 1. Yep. Oh, it works now. It works now, does it? Okay. Mixture 2 axis is this one. Okay. Okay, there we go. So that works. Go back. Exit. Okay, so basically what I wanted to do there, we've got throttle 1, throttle 2, propeller 1, propeller 2, mixture 1, mixture 2. That's me. Okay. Hello, Arnold. Good to see you. Let's just get the door closed. Why is the noise... Oh, that's an FS realistic noise, that's why. For the sake of... I'll just turn off... Well, should I turn off noises? How are the noises for you guys in the sim? Because obviously you're going to want to hear the... You're going to want to hear things. So, before we take off, I just want to go and do some flight planning. So let's go grab some... let's go grab some VORs. Let's just do VOR to VOR. Or maybe we shouldn't. No, we should. We should. We don't have any... Right, okay, so let's... Let's go set ourselves some... These are all tacans. I don't want tacans. I would prefer... They all look like tacans. Is that a VOR? That's a VORTAC. I'm going to just add a VORTAC and hope that it works. Not a huge VORTAC fan, to be honest. Most of the time they're not really working properly. Let's just grab another VORTAC over here. There's another one up there. Oh. Dylan. And there we go. So... I'm gonna see if VORTACs actually work in this. I think they're military. And there we go. And that's the final leg. So that's made 877 is my nautical mile count. And our first is going to be is 16.4. Actually, we just could go off Van Nuys, couldn't we? Let's just add Van Nuys in there as well as an outbound. There you go, Van Nuys. So that is 1310. And yeah, let's go up to 17,000. Why not? 1310. Let's not get too crazy about it. Okay, so we kind of have set. Can you show the passengers, por favor? So I did turn on passengers in the. If I set them up, they don't appear for some reason, despite the fact that I turned them on. Visible passengers, yeah. Visible passengers I have turned on, but yet when I go there and I can't actually see them. Does that mean actually? No, I can't see them in either case. Maybe that's just a bug. Maybe they haven't implemented that correctly yet. I don't know. I'm not going to worry too much about the passengers, but I know in terms of the actual weights and balances that is actually affecting me. So that's fine. Okay, so let's run through our first checklist. Before starting engines, pre-flight. Okay, so we've done pre-flight. Can we actually move the tablet? How high can we move? Okay, that's kind of okay. I guess that's fine. Pre-flight is completed. Passengers have been briefed. Seatbelts have been secured. Cabin door is closed and locked. Unsafe, locked. Okay. Yeah, that's locked as well. Sweet. A little bit glitchy whenever I oh, okay. By the way, nice. I can fan myself when it gets hot. Maps. Okay. Ambient temperatures up there on the roof. That's about 20, just over 20 Celsius. Ghosts, probably. Yeah, definitely. Okay, so let's have a look. Where were we? Seatbelts. Cabin door closed and locked. Battery ignition is off. Gear switch is down. Gear is down. Flaps are up. Yep. Brakes test for firm. Right. So I might have to configure my brakes later on. Flight controls free. Let's just. Yeah. Look like they're working well. So, flight controls. Parking brake is set. Parking brake is set. It's pulled in. So, switch is all off. Battery. Okay, let's get the battery on. Gear lock lights. Yes, the gear lock lights. All three greens are on. Elevator and rudder trim needs to be on neutral. Oh, where is that, actually? Elevator and rudder are both in neutral, correct. Yep, and those are the nose steering. Sweet. Oh. Ah. That might be a thing that we're going to have to deal with soon. Hydraulic shutoff open. That's the auxiliary. Hydraulic shutoff open. Ooh. The alternators are on. We can just give that a test. Okay. Hydraulics. Hydraulic shutoff open. Do I remember? What do I think so far? I'm handling a quality product. That's how I think so far. Fuel pump. Oh, there we go. Hydraulic shutoff valve closed or open. Yeah, it needs to be open. Okay, fuel check. So we're full tanks on all three. Low fuel warning is off. Yeah, that's fine. Is that part of Yeah, low fuel. Low fuel is not on. Circuit breakers are all in. And altimeter and clock set. So let's just hit the B key and the D key. 9:13 is the local time. Do the circuit breakers work, Oliver? No, they don't. They're not clickable as of yet. So I'm assuming in early access, A2A are currently probably working on them. Bear in mind, folks, the if I click home, yeah, it has the version number here, 0.9.0. So this is not a full version 1 release. This is still early access. Okay, so that's the before starting checklist. Let's go to the engine start checklist. This is the beans, folks. This is the beans. Now, yes, the engines are still feathered, strangely. Even though I have the feather, even though I have the props full forward, in this particular situation, the engines are feathered. And Lewis did mention that in his live stream the other day, so we'll have to go back and check that. Okay, engine start checklist. Props, full forward. Mixture, idle cutoff. So let's do that. Throttle, cracked. So let's crack number 2, like so. And battery, yeah, battery is on. Low fuel warning is out. Fuel selectors are on cycle and listen. Oh, I can hear a very faint kind of kind of noise. It's kind of hard to hear over the wind, but I don't know why I've got that very loud wind noise. Anyway, maybe I should... No, okay. Right fuel boost on. Pop that on. Right mixture, full, check fuel flow, and then off. Okay, so for the fuel flow, we're looking for here. Yep, there we go. Fuel flow, and then... Oh, no. Turn off. Okay. Right starter, engage. Mixture, full rich as engine fires. Okay, so right starter... It says starter, but... There we go. T's and P's, everyone. Okay, up to 100. RPM is 1,000, which is good. Manifold pressure is down. Fuel pressure is up in the green, and oil pressure is up in the green now, and the oil temperature will be slowly rising. Gyro pressures come in. Yeah, so that looks good. Okay. So, throttle set for 1,000 RPM, which it is, first time. Right fuel boost can now go off. Well, I already turned it off. Or maybe I should have turned that on for the start. Whoops. Okay, gyro pressure, we did check that. Right alternator switch can now go on. So the right alternator switch over here, we can switch that on. Okay, so now we repeat for the left engine. So let's do that. Winner first on Twitch with the Aerostar. Thank you. Sounds like a pigeon. Yeah, now this is the issue, Arnold. If it's an issue or not. It's because the engine is being started in the feathered position. The propeller blades are actually not grabbing air and moving it behind in the first number of rotations. Because the propeller blade is started in the feathered position, it's slapping the air as opposed to cutting the air, if that makes sense. And I don't know how quickly it takes for the propeller to go from a feathered position to a full forward position. It must do that automatically. Maybe it's an Aerostar thing that it automatically starts in a feathered position. Maybe because there's not hydraulic pressure or something. I'm not sure. Anyway, so prop, full forward. Mixture is idle cutoff. Throttle, let's crack it. Battery switch is on. Low warning light is out. Fuel selectors, cycle and listen. We did that for that side as well. Right fuel boost pump needs to go on. Right mixture, full. Check that the fuel flow happens. Yeah, fuel flow is happening. And then it says turn it off. Yeah. Oh, maybe not the boost pump. Maybe it didn't mean the boost pump, it made the mixture. So right starter needs to go to engage and then bring the mixture forward as it starts. I haven't brought the mixture forward yet, and it's not starting yet. I think if I advance the mixture... There we go. So let's just watch. RPM comes up. And stabilizes pretty much where the right engine was, which is good. There's a tiny discrepancy in the manifold, which I would expect, because one engine is now warmer than the other. The fuel flow is higher on the left because we have the boost pump, which now needs to go off. You will now expect the fuel flow to come down, which it has. Gyro pressure, check. Yeah, gyro pressure is good, 4.8. Right alternator switch, the next one, alternator switch can go on. And there we go. So that is a full engine start. Would guess it takes oil pressure from the engine running to get into the propeller hub and unfeather. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. Okay, so with engine start, let's go warm up and run up. So warm up, so we're on 1000 RPM for both engines. Engine temperatures, we need to check. So where is the engine temperatures? Where is actually the engine temperatures? Oh, well, yeah, of course. No, that's not what I'm looking at. That's engine oil temperatures. Yeah, where is the actual engine temperatures? I didn't miss a gauge somewhere, did I? Manifold pressure, RPM, fuel flow, gyro pressure, volts, hydraulic pressure, oil, fuel, oil. The monitor screen. Thank you. How do I turn this on? Maybe it's whenever I press avionics on. Doesn't say anything there about avionics, but let's go turn the avionics on now. There you go. Now that's going to come up. So probably, yeah, digital display. Thanks, guys. Yeah, sweet. Okay. It's going to go through its cycle of tests. Maybe. No? Okay. So, loading. Ooh, hello. Oil. Yes, I can press that button. We have refilled the oil. Fill. Yes, we have. And, okay. Ooh, right. Okay, used. It cycles through different... Okay, REM and HM. Okay. So, remaining. Gallons total. Total used. Okay. EGT. There you go. And cylinder head temperatures. Right, so that just cycles through. Really cool. Okay. And it shows you the engines that are hottest, I think, the cylinders that are hottest. Avionics don't seem to have made it into the checklist yet, lol. Yeah, I know, but you know, it told me to check engine temperatures, and I can't do that until I turn that on. So go. So the props are full forward, mixture is rich. Throttle 1500 RPM now. So let's go 1500 RPM on the throttle. 1500 set and holding. Engine instruments check. Yep. Fuel flows holding well. Oil temperatures, oil pressures holding okay. Fuel flow looks good. The right engine, you can see the cylinders on the engine on the right is slightly hotter than on the left because it's been running for longer. Alternator check for 28 volts. That is over here. No, that's the ammeter. Oh, push for volts. Okay. Yeah. That's definitely more than that. Throttle set for 2100 RPM. Okay. Prop cycle. Let's cycle both at the same time. Cycle 1000 RPM to Okay. And, oh, mags. Yes, mags. Let's watch the right engine first. Yep, slight drop. Back to both. And let's go to the right. Yep. Yep, looking good. Okay, so, and gyro pressure check. Yeah, 5. Excellent. Okay, so before takeoff, let's just bring that back down to 1,000 RPM. And let's just lean for ground operations at 1,000 RPM. So let's just pull out the lean, maybe 75% on the lean there. So, before takeoff checklist, cabin door is closed and locks. Controls are free and correct. We can just pop those back in. Yeah. Mixture, full forward. Well, we'll do that at the hold. Fuel selectors are on. Props are full forward. Boost pumps. Boost pumps can actually go on now. Okay, let's put those both on. Oh, whoops. Oh, that sound is amazing. Actually, that was really cool. I accidentally bumped throttle the left throttle, and the sound in my left headset tone went down, which kind of sounded cool. Boost pumps are on, instruments check. So yeah, all instruments are looking good. Radios set. Okay, so for the radios, this is... How do I turn on the radios? Ah! Oh! Weird. Weird kind of grayish brown backlight or back texture. Not seen that before. Okay, so for nav 1, oh, frequency from, oh, okay, right, okay, frequency, recall, select, okay. So for the frequency, let's go to 122.8, and just leave it there, and the nav 1 is going to be Van Nuys, which is 1310. So let's just go whack 1310 in there, and we'll be ready to go. So 1310, and we should see our outbound radial from Van Nuys is going to be magnetic of 028. So, oh no, that's not the right one. 028, which is about there. That's correct. And the takeoff heading is going to be a southbound on runway 16 right, which is 164. Which is going to be this. There's no left and right click. Oh, I can just drag. That's kind of cool. 164, wasn't it? So that looks about there to be 164. No, that's 173. That's 163, 164. Set. Right. Cool. Okay, so we're going to be taxiing up Alpha, which is, yeah, so we're going to be taxiing all the way along Alpha, which is all the way up, for Collins, Navcom, the good old days. Exactly. The switch above the RPM filters the DEM on EG, you only get the temperature numbers. On fuel flow, you only get the fuel numbers. Yeah, so I'm imagining all is what is making that cycle. If I go up, yeah, it's going to stick to that. And if I go down, it's going to stick to that. But if I leave it in the middle, it's just going to automatically go round and round. So, it's just a few more things. Flaps, set, props. So I'm going to complete the before takeoff checklist at the hold, because I know those items have something to do. So I should have turned the beacon on already, and the nav. So for some reason that wasn't part of the checklist. Do I have a taxi light? Did I say that I had a taxi light? Pitot heat should go on. Strobe light, nav light, cabin light, left landing. So you've only got left landing lights. So I guess I could turn those on. I'm a bit nervous to actually try to taxi now, because I see this nose steering thing, and also I have the whole autopilot to get through, don't I? So let's go off with the taxi, and Am I right in saying... Right, okay, I'm gonna have to... Please don't die. Oh! Oh, right, so that's gonna be a thing. Oh, crap, that's gonna be a thing. How? Okay. So, in the controls, when it said realistic nose steering, realistic parking brake, no, where is it? Realistic steering. If I turn that off, hopefully I can... Yeah. Okay, so for the sake of the video, I'm just going to leave that in the conventional steering with your rudders setting. And I'm just going to... She does feel nice on the ground though. Oh, hang on. What is that huge drag to the left? Oh, it's because I moved it now, didn't I? Oh, come on, guys. Don't do this to me. What have I done? Scenery looks nice, though. So now, okay, let me just come to a stop here. Let's just pull up my rudder, pull up the rudder app for my crosswind rudder pedals. So that's centered, that's fine, okay. So really what I've done wrong, can I reset the nose wheel steering? There's no gauge to show me where the nose wheel steering, if it's centered or not. That's the problem. So whenever I go to try and taxi, it's pulling to the right. No, I've gone and broken it. I've gone and broken it. Oh, I know what I probably have to do. So I probably have to turn this back on, and then in the realistic state, I now need to center the nose wheel steering. There you go. Is that centered? Should we call that centered? I'll call that centered. Then we turn it off, and then we can steer properly. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, you see, we're on it now. See, I'm making all the mistakes so you guys, on your first flight, you can learn from my mistakes. Oh, nose steering. There's a little click spot there, which I don't... Oh, you can click it on the panel as well, rather than clicking it down there. Maybe that's a dual button. Okay, so let's go flaps. Let's go first notch of flaps. Why do I not see any flaps though? Okay, so that's the second. Oh, neutral. Oh, I see. So there's only two. That's neutral flaps. And then up flaps are simply up. So I'm overspeeding at 1,000 RPM, so I'm just going to pull that back slightly. Yeah, so Van Nuys looks beautiful. This is the 2020 Orbex Van Nuys. It's a little bit laggy whenever I turn the camera, but but it catches up very quickly. Yeah, it may not be perfectly optimized for 2024, as some sceneries are when you drag and drop them from 2020 to 2024. Right, so what do we want for our initial altitude? Doesn't look like there's a box where you can actually even put in the initial the altitude to climb to. It's a Piper-ism. That's what it's going to be. Let's pull that up. Yeah, okay. So 0.7 nautical miles to the Van Nuys VOR, which is north of the runway. So yeah, so it might just be a Piper-ism with Piper autopilots that are not as nice as Cessna autopilots, where you plug in a number and tell it to climb to it. You actually you just press altitude hold, probably, which is that, yeah, altitude hold mode. So when you attain the altitude you want, you probably just press that button and it will level off there. So so a southerly wind of 6 knots and QNH of 1012. Outside air temperature is 22 degrees. So there we go. Let's turn on those landing lights now. And okay, so the landing lights are in the nose. Trim is neutral. Okay, so I said I was going to do the rest of the checklist at the hold, so let's just swing around. That is the... which hold line is that? That's the one we want to stop at. Yeah. That is the hold line that you don't cross. So, let's just go through the rest of the checklist before takeoff. So, it is... so, instruments check, radio set, flaps we have set. Actually, I wanted to do a flaps up takeoff, I think. Or do I? No, let's do a flaps down takeoff. Trim has been set. Is neutral by both sides. Pitot heat is as desired. Parking brake released. Throttle full forward. Okay, let's go after takeoff checklist. Excuse me. And whew, let's get going. Let's go strobe on. And yeah, strobe on. Let's have a look at that strobe. Yeah, you can see it strobing. Nice. And you can see the flaps have been set. Okay, so I'm just going to be quiet for the takeoff roll so you guys can hear the sounds of the engine. I won't really talk much until I'm in a stable, controlled situation with maybe the autopilot on, so you guys can just listen. That noise. Beautiful. Okay, we're coming to our first radial here, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go autopilot master switch on. There we go, it's on nav now. And pitch. Okay, let's get some climb going. Get the mixtures down slightly. $16.4. Oh, maximum climb 122 knots. Okay, we've got a lot more climb potential we can do. Fuel pump off, reduce to 24 squared, trim for climb speed of 122 to 160. So we are okay. We're definitely within the climb band here. Why is the navigation not tracking the radial very well? Maybe it just needs a little bit more time to track properly. Oh, turn the auto trim on. Ah. There we go. Thank you. Flaps full, not good for takeoff. I will remember that for next time. So I have a feeling my, yeah, so actually compass is 32. Uh, 50, this is 28, 27, 28. Okay, I have some compass. Some gyro drift, as you can see. Compass is 37. The heading is 50. You see. 1013 set. Did they model the rotating beacon lights? Hang on. Oh. So it's not... Nope, not that one. So to confirm, it doesn't look like it. They're just flashing, but you don't see any rotation. Did they include specific designs for all Tescos in the UK? Yes, of course they did. It's A2A simulations. That's a stupid question. And I like how your name is actually Gary from Tesco's. It's great. Tesco's unite. Yeah, of course the developers have a club card. Well, you're climbing northeast, so you'll have compass error. Better to wait till you level out and stop accelerating to reset the DG or the compass. Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought. So, what I'm going to do now... is I'm going to just save my ears and turn that down because that was kind of gradually turning me insane. I can now hear myself think. I like the blur effect of the propellers. That does look good. The thing though is from this particular angle, it sounds like I'm flying the Comanche. It doesn't sound to me like I'm flying anything other than the Comanche, which maybe the engines are similar, or a certain level of similarity means that the turn the slave DG on. Ah, that didn't do anything. Oh, I should have done. You mean I should have done that? Yeah. 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 There you go. Yeah. I should have done that on the ground. That's what I should have done. Yeah, turn the slave DG on. Oh well. Right, what am I doing now? So, obviously I've not picked up the TACAN, which I didn't expect half... oh no. Wait, hang on. Yeah, I'm still not picking up that Vortac. Wait, seriously though, what's the point of having Vortacs in the sim if civilian aircraft can't ever tune to them? So I just don't like about Vortacs. There's just so many of them, particularly across America. Yeah, channel 111 X-ray. But I can't tune that because I don't have the yeah. Yeah, well, what's missing to my ears is no matter how well the RPM is matched, there's still a little tiny bit of out-of-phase sound. Yeah, I've not heard any out-of-phase at the moment. Hot cylinders at the back. Let's go have a look at the maintenance. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, by the way, I should be leaning my mixture. That's better. In all the excitement, I forgot to lean my mixture. Oh, I like the little injection animation. Isn't that so cute? Kind of looks a bit rated, but anyway. Right, click on the arrow knob next to the HSI, then you can align it with the compass. That's the heading and gyro drift. Oh, no, crap. No, I want to stay on a course of 2728. I want to stay on a course of 28. There we go. What are we talking? Align. Right click on the arrow knob next to the HSI. So right click on. No, that's changing my camera view. Did they even have rotating lights then? I can imagine they would. I know the Comanche, the actual heading gyro drift knob popped out and pushed in, and when you popped it out, it then aligned it, and then you push it back in again. But that doesn't seem to be. Yeah, I don't want to mess my. There you go. Don't really mess with that until. Ah, look at that. Actually, it does work. Apparently, I can tune a TACAN. That it's just really short range. Okay, so why don't we just set that to be direct to the TACAN, and we go nav 2. So now we're flying on nav 2. Am I right in saying no? If I change that, no. We're still on this. Okay. What does that do then? What does the nav selector do if it's not actually? I don't know. We're up at 13,000. Oh, airspeed. Hello. We're up at 13,000 feet. We should probably. You know what? Let's just stop at 13,000 feet, guys. Oh, cylinder head temperatures. Oh crap. Okay, I'm doing something bad here. Yep. Let's level out at 13,000. Okay, let's just go down and then let's do alt hold when we get to 13,000. We're learning on the job. That's fine. Right about there. Okay. So holding that altitude very nicely. Now let's come back into let's go for the cruise checklist. Power set, mixtures as desired. So let's go to the power aircraft. So cruise up to 24 inches, 2,000 to 2,400. Okay, so let's go down to 2,000 RPM. Bring the right down ever so slightly. Okay, so that's about 2,000 set. And can we increase manifold at this altitude? Only a little bit. Okay. Now let's lean. So let's use the engine maintenance to lean. Let's lean out to the beginning of the green, which is probably close to 25 degrees. We don't have an EGT. Oh, EGT. There we go. Right, here we go. Lean right. EGT. Right. I'm happy with that. I don't quite know exactly how to accurately lean in the Comanche yet, but I will learn. So the fuel flow is 9 gallons an hour, which, I mean, we were getting 9 gallons an hour at this altitude in the Comanche, so, you know. But that, of course, is 9 gallons for each engine, so that's actually double. So, right click on the green triangle. I did. I'm right clicking on it, but it's not actually. It's not doing anything. You're indeed. Oh, disable it first and then click on it. Nope. 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 Doesn't seem to want to work. Let's just double check. Oh, we're on nav 2? Hang on. Nope. Nope, we're still apparently on nav 1. Despite the fact I've put the nav selector from nav 1 to nav 2, it's still reacting whenever I change the course on nav 1. Oh, hello. But it's... Oh, that's weird. So, it is... Why is it responding to both if I've got it on nav 2? So if I deselect Van Nuys... Yo, this doesn't make sense. Okay, So, for the moment... Hang on. You should be able to left-click on it to pull it out, I think, instead of right-click. Okay, let's try that. No. Neither of them do that. No, neither of them do that. Okay. Try holding left button on it and then right-click. Oh my goodness, all the combinations, guys. Oh! Ah! Ah! You are a gentleman and a scholar. Look at that. Okay, compass is 33. Heading is 28. We need to go... we need to go this way. 31, 32, 33. Click it out, and Bob's your uncle. Except that we've now changed. So the heading is now 29, and the compass is 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 24, 29. Close. Autopilot is for the weaks. Be a man. Trim. Yo, I've got... what is my course here? Let me see. This is... KGTF. Let's just put that in. KGTF. What does Volanta say? I've got a time remaining. It's going to calculate my time remaining. And probably tell me that I have like 8 hours flight time or something crazy. Anyway, the nav1, nav2 thing is mentioned in the manual. There is only one heading knob. It will take the signal from whichever nav radio you have selected and look for that heading. Mentioned in the manual, how do you know if the manual hasn't been released yet? Or maybe there's just... Oh, as in just the standard. Okay, so now we want to go onto a heading of 003. So let's go set... let's just go into heading hold for the moment while we figure this out. Oh, no, we're on heading. Okay. Okay, sweet. Okay, sweet. Alright, so we're on heading hold. While we set a course of 3 degrees. We want to go heading 0, 0... Yeah, let's go 003. Roughly. Like so. Someone's texting me. It's fine. Someone else is live streaming. Okay. Okay, so we want to go outbound. We're going from. Can we actually look at the DME of number 2? I don't think so. Not there, at least. Oh, here we go. If we go to the from. Yeah, there we go. I think. Yeah. That's nav 2. Which is here. So we're getting 9 nautical miles from? 8 nautical miles from? That doesn't make sense. Why is it going down? It should be going up. Ah. Seven from. Why is it? And that's counting down. What is that frequency? 116.4. That's the one we've just gone past. It's on their forum. Okay. It's not complete, but it tells you about the weird autopilot and the DEM and a few other useful things. Okay, cool. I clearly missed that, and I'll have to go back and check. So thank you for that. So our heading is 6 degrees, and our compass says it's 2 degrees. So let's go in and go... and then let's hit slave and hopefully see if that's been adjusted. So, yeah, we're going outbound. Let's see if we can go back to nav hold. And, yeah, it should hold... What's it going to do now? Okay. We got a 34 knot tailwind. Okay. With a 34 knot tailwind, what is my ground speed? Let me just double check in Volanta. Volanta says my ground speed is 219 knots, and I have an arrival time in Montana of 3 hours and 30 minutes. Okay. What do you think about the flight model? Is it stable, easy to trim? Yeah, it did feel really sweet to fly on while I was handling it manually out of Van Nuys. So yeah, that felt really good. I liked that. Definitely. So I'm a little bit confused now as to how Nav 1 and Nav 2 work. So I need to go into the, let's go into the, I need to find that thing in the on the forums that talked about Sigines. Do you have an idea of where that was? Let's have a look. Tire pressure, manifold pressure, about the milk class effect on this. Autopilot HSI. Wow. I mean, the forum has just exploded. Okay. Not really finding that. Yeah, the forums for the Comanche for the Oh, what have I done? Of course, I went to the Comanche forums, not the Aerostar forums. Auxiliary fuel tank, checklist, Aerostar learning, continued procedures. Great Aerostar YouTube channel. Oh, is it the Aerostar read thread, the massive one? Could be that. Okay, I'm not going to go delving into the... Oh, Aerostar Manual by Lewis. It's the first topic on the forum. Okay, let me go have a look at that. Helpful manual snippets. Okay, I'm having a look at this. Okay, autopilot. Let's just start reading this. Yeah, it could. No, I don't think. I don't think it should ban you for trying to post a link. Let's just have a look at autopilot. The Century 4 Flight Director autopilot installed in our Aerostar is a modern, by the late 1770s standards, 2-axis altitude-based autopilot system. While it may look similar to autopilots found in other general aviation aircraft in MSFS, it does have several unusual features, and its primary modes may work slightly different than expected. We have created a full custom autopilot simulation, bypassing the limitations of the built-in MSFS autopilot, and that allows to create these oddities, as well as properly represent how such autopilot would interface with a modern GPS installed in the cockpit. The autopilot gets aircraft pitch and roll from artificial horizon, while heading and course signals are taken from the HSI. The computed steering commands are displayed for the pilot using Flight Director, while the control of the aircraft is achieved using three servo motors: roll, pitch, and trim. Autopilot controls consist of programmer units with buttons located on the central pedestal, and several additional switches on the glare shield. The remote annunciator located on the main panel next to the to artificial horizon shows current selected modes of operation. That's this bit here. In the simulator, to control the autopilot functions, you can also use the dedicated autopilot buttons on the EFB. That's what we saw. Okay. Below is a short summary of various autopilot functions. For detailed operating procedures, please refer to these two links. Okay. And they take us to... Okay, main controls. Nav 1, Nav 2 switch. Okay, this is what the A2A say about the Nav 1, Nav 2 switch. The real Sentry 4 pilot operating handbook warns that the use of a Nav 1, Nav 2 selector switch involves complex operational techniques that would add confusion in moments of stress, and its installation is therefore not encouraged. But it was installed in the real aircraft, so we put it in the Sim 2. This switch will select which nav radio will be used for tracking in nav, approach, and reverse modes. If nav 2 is selected, the autopilot will use steering signals shown on the VOR2 gauge in the cockpit. The confusing part is that the autopilot will still use selected course from the HSI, as this is the only gauge that can provide this information. What? What does that even mean? Which means that even if you select nav 2, you still have to adjust course selector on the HSI to match OBS setting on VOR2, even though the HSI is still linked to the... I see now. Okay. That makes sense to me now. Okay. It's a bit weird, but it's starting to make sense. So what this means is, so let's say I want to select, let's just show you where I am here. So let's just give you the nav range ring for the VOR that we're moving towards. There you go. Okay, it's crap. Okay. And the one I've just left is probably also crap. Yes. Great. Welcome to West Coast. Non-RNAV. Anyway. Good luck on VOR to VOR navigation across the desert. So basically what it means is that for both... So if I want to track nav2, right? I select nav2, and the aircraft is genuinely using nav2, okay? It is genuinely using that frequency and that radial. But you always need to keep nav1 and nav2 exactly synced in heading. Despite the fact that it's not actually using nav2, it's using the heading of nav1. I need to try and explain that better at some point, but let me also just double check my gyro. Okay, so the compass is 6, the heading is 6, that's fine. Okay, so the course, we're on heading hold anyway. Right, okay, we're on heading hold. So basically the course heading is 3. So if we set this to 3, like that, and we set this one to 3. Okay, so they're both set to 3 now. 003, okay? And that would then work. So whenever I come into range of nav2, which is, what's the frequency for that? That's 1300. So in nav2, if I put 1300, and that is picked up, that means that the aircraft will follow nav2 correctly, but both needles need to be always aligned to the same thing, because that's just the way it works. So, thank you for helping me explain that, or helping me understand that. That's very helpful. Those two links are the actual manuals for the installed equipment. Century 4 is the autopilot, Collins Microline is the radio. Yeah, the A2A do this. They actually give you the link to the real world manual, because they've coded their aircraft so realistically that they basically just point you in the direction of the real world manual, which really shows you that you're dealing with peak quality in flight sim. I don't think any other developer does that, and A2A have been doing that for all their aircraft, going back to a number of them at least. Kristen says, by the way, coming back to an earlier topic, you will want to keep the HSI on DG slave mode for normal operations. Okay, yeah, so it's on DG slave mode. For normal operations, it will automatically correct for gyro drift using an integrated... Okay, right, so if I keep it... So basically what I need to do is, on the ground, before I do my flight, I need to make sure that the compass and the HSI headings are synced. Then I turn on DG slave, and then it's basically, I don't need to touch it from then on. It won't drift from then on, which is great. That's good. Thank you for that little tidbit. That's helpful. Christian again says, turning it off will let it spin freely and drift over time. You may want to turn it off if the slave fails, or if you need to do an initial correction. Yes. Okay. When you're navigating by GPS across the desert, you will want to be in heading mode with the heading GPS switched down by the autopilot controls. With the heading GPS switched down by the autopilot controls, set to GPSS. Is that down here? Nope. Are you talking about here? Yeah, so if we did have a GPS, how would we switch from non-GPS to GPS navigation? That's quite far up trim, but I'm not gonna argue about that right now. It's doing at least it's doing what it should. Rudder, elevator trim, nose wheel steering, AP on off, etc. Oh, you haven't got a GPS. Oh, maybe the switch isn't visible if I don't have the GPS installed in the aircraft. Maybe that's what it is. Where would it normally be then, that switch, if I did have a GPS? Maybe on the dash here somewhere, maybe? Sorry, up top. Up top, or... No. I put a GTN in mine and used that to change the source. Okay, cool. Well, when I get across to Shoreham in the UK, I might try to install the GTN and experience it with the GTN. So, okay. So having looked at that, okay, I'm still cruising about 218, 219 knots at 13,000 feet. Is that really the fastest? Is that really the fastest piston twin, or am I just spoilt by turboprops? Can you do a hot swap through the tablet? No. I definitely could. If it might screw up my navigation, but well, I could try. So if I went to... Yep, there you go. There's that switch just arrived. Yep, I see that. You saw that on the dash. Confirmed. So if you do a hot swap, that switch will just appear with the That's cool. You see, this is the thing. This is the thing, guys. When A2A simulations release an aircraft, and I mean, 99% of the time so far, this is the first aircraft in, I think, the history of A2A of their primary line of aircraft, not the aircraft factory stuff, but the primary line of aircraft, that when they release a product, it is finished. It is complete. It's not in alpha, it's not in beta, it is release candidate, right? And it has incredibly few bugs in it. And if there is a bug here or there, they patch it almost immediately, and that is why A2A products have so few update cycles, because there's nothing to update when they release it, right? That is what the A2A community expect. This is probably the first time I've ever heard A2A saying that they will release it into early access. Why exactly they've decided to do that, I'm not gonna judge. I don't know why exactly. It is what it is. I'm happy. I'm happy with anything that A2A release, practically. But the fact is that even when they release it in early access, right, and they say there might be some bugs, you know, help us, you know, please report them. Sorry. Even when they do that, this the aircraft they release is still significantly more finished than any other aircraft that's released in Flight Sim. Probably bar the other few high-end developers like FS Labs, PMDG. There's really no one else out there that releases aircraft so well finished off and rounded. The one thing I haven't seen yet is the cockpit glass condensation. But of course, I took off at Van Nuys and I'm over the desert, so I'm not expecting to see any cockpit condensation. Maybe when I get up into Montana, I might start seeing some other things. But please tell me, guys. I mean, is this an accurate cruise speed? 144 knots? Like, again, like I was saying, maybe I'm just spoilt by faster speeds of turboprop stuff, that I look at that speed and I don't think it's very impressive. But then maybe I haven't flown enough non-piston twins to really appreciate how fast I'm going now. I don't think it is. You can go faster. That's very slow. Okay. 1445 degrees EGT is pretty high for cruise. You want to find the peak, then go for 50 degrees rich of peak. Okay. Let me just read back. I've missed some comments here. By the way, the speed is low, probably because you're running too lean. Probably because I'm running too lean. Interesting. Okay, if I just whack in a little bit more, I'm up to 10 gallons an hour fuel flow. And we'll just watch... Oh, 146 already, so that will start doing something. The autopilot always follows the course needle. If you are in nav mode, the autopilot will go in straight lines between waypoints. If you're in heading plus GPS, okay, yeah. True, planes are almost perfect. Yeah, so 1445 is pretty high. Yeah, so I've brought that down. You can see now it's a bit further down. 148 knots, okay. So I am slowly climbing in speed. You want to find the peak and then go for 50 degrees rich of peak. So what was the peak? Let me have a look. That's probably the peak there. It's about 1400. Okay, there we go. 147 knots indicated now. you can go faster. That's very slow. And 9 gallons an hour is too low, which support my too lean hypothesis. It should be 12 to 15. Oh, okay. I'm being too easy on it then. Let's go 13 gallons an hour. Fuel flow. Sorry, I missed 5-hour altitude. For 13,000 feet, it should be around 10 to 12. Okay. Okay. So it should be around 10 to 12. Let's bring it back to 12 then. Okay, there's 12. Let's see. For 13,000 feet, it should be around 10 to 12 gallons per hour, depending on temperature. Should give you about 60-65% power. You're using too lean. You can use the tablet if you are weak. A good lean is orange. Thank you, Hyperon. I like a good criticism. Yeah, so it is kind of in the good orange band. That's the healthy orange band. I'm going to leave it there. That is, well, that's 11 gallons. Yeah, I'll leave it at 11 gallons. Okay, so having left it in 11 gallons at 2,000 RPM, maybe it's the RPM that I could tweak to get some more speed. So it says in the cruise, RPM manifold up to 24 inches and RPM between 2,000 and 2,400. So let's bring the RPM up to 2,100. See if that gives us a little bit extra power. Those needles are wobbling a little bit. That's okay. The average wobble position is pretty much 2,100. So, and I've got the manifold. I've got the power full forward, and the manifold's only drawing like 18 to 19 inches. So, okay. So we're up to 152 knots. The only thing that caught me was how fast it slows down when you level out at the bottom of the descent and start putting flaps out. Really. Best lean is orange color in the tablet. Yep. Next time I'll keep it pretty much clean until I'm about 3 miles out. Okay. But really the best way to do is lean until EGT is peaked, then go rich until temperature goes down by 50. Yeah. So that's essentially the way you lean pretty much anything by EGT. So orange is the max power lean. Yeah, green is best lean for fuel saving. Yeah. So for those ultra long hauls, I would want to go for the ultra most like a full healthy green look on that tablet is what I would want for ultra long haul. Also 13,000 feet might not be the best altitude at this temperature for the best speed. So I do need to fly this more and learn it more. You see, so our ground speed's up to 228 knots, which is a bit better. It says that our time remaining is 3 hours, so should get there about 9 p.m. local hour time, UK time. So we've got 3 hours left. What I will do at some point is I will go and grab some dinner and turn my camera and mic off. And I'll leave the stream running, of course, in an external camera maybe. And you guys can just enjoy the look. Sadly, Chase Plane isn't in 2024 yet, or else I would put it on the cinematic mode, which I'm really looking forward to the cinematic mode in 2024. It just does look beautiful though. Genuinely, it's just a work of art. Those engines look beautiful though. I love the nose cone. I love the blur of the nose cone. That's really nicely done. And lovely smooth matte blur to the nose cone. Not some crappy like high glossy nose cone that's like a mirror that's spinning around. I like how it has a bit of matteness to it. So let's just, it looks almost like a kind of torpedo with wings, doesn't it? Oh, thing of beauty. Well, some might say. Okay, so I'm going to just pause track IR. Let's go to the outside view, and let's just take some really nice external views. If you only have single throttle lever, notice the manifolds aren't quite synced. you can nudge them into sync with your mouse, and the plane will keep them in that balance when you move your throttle. Ah, yes, I saw that. So it's the left that needs to come down slightly. There you go. So I've set that. Yeah, that's the left. There you go. Let's just tweak that. There you go. They're in sync. Just there. Obviously, RPM makes a big difference. If I want speed, I go for 50 degrees rich of peak and go 23 to 2400 RPM. If I want comfort, I go down to 2000 to 2100 RPM and just take take the loss on speed. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember Scott from A2A saying about the Comanche that he really enjoys cruising the Comanche at 1800 RPM because the vibrations are very low. It's a very smooth cruise setting, rather than banging away at 2400 RPM. And actually, in all of my Comanche cruising since I watched that video, I've actually cruised at 1800 as well. And it actually does also save on the longevity of the engine life as well. If it's doing less revolutions, it's actually working less. So, boy, I'm so slow to write these comments. By the time I'm done, the topic has moved on. I'm sorry, you just come back with another question. That's no problem, Christian. We can come back to a topic. No worries. I'm gonna take that plane. I might wait for the real release. To be honest, Hyperion, like I've said before, it's the quality is so good. See, this is the thing, Hyperion. Early release or like pre-release or beta for A2A simulations is already in such a good state, and they will be patching in and updating with the final creme de la creme touches soon enough, I'm sure, that I would have no fear buying it now, getting used to it now, and so that you're familiar with all the systems by the time it's fully here. Like, okay, you know, okay, again, my brain is just dying. The circuit breakers are not operating right now, but how often on your average flight do you actually fiddle around with the circuit breakers, right? So, in terms of the operation of the aircraft, it's not the most crucial thing for the operation of the aircraft that's there. So I wouldn't be too worried about certain small bits. They've made sure that all of the main functions are here. Yeah, Sejin says do it now, Hyperion. All it's really missing is polish and the full manual. You won't regret it. Definitely. Yeah, looking forward to the full manual. That's gonna be helpful. What I will also be doing, guys, is I will be producing a series of in-depth tutorials on this aircraft, going over all the small little points, icing, engines, in all of the intricacies of the engines. I'll go through all the instrument panels. I'll go through the controls. I'll go through the hydraulics. I'll go through the electrics. I'll go through communication. So this panel here, you know, most 99% of simmers, I am confident, have never touched this panel up here. And to my own shame, I can say that with confidence because I've literally never touched that panel either. So it's about time I learn what that does and I start using it on VATSIM. So, having been a long-time A2A user, I am confident in saying their version of beta early access release is other devs' full version release with additional patches. Yes, that's exactly what I was trying to say, Christian. That's as well put. Well put. Okay, so let's see where we actually are in life. So, yeah. We've got a ways to go. We've got a ways to go, guys. So if you guys... we've got a 32 knot tailwind as well, which is helping. That's 223 knot ground speed. So with those stats, we should be coming in roughly 3 hours time to to Montana. So a good long cruise. We'll get to stretch the Aerostar's legs, and fiddle around with it more. And if you guys have more questions in cruise, we can always address them. What I might do now, my voice is starting to get a bit weak. I've been doing my day job is voiceover and audio narration, so I've already been using my voice a certain amount today, so my voice is getting a bit strained. What I will do is I think at this point I will go and grab. How far away am I from? Okay, yeah, I'm still 50 nautical miles away from that. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab some dinner soon, and then I'll mute my microphone, right? And I could keep the camera on, but I'll mute the microphone and I'll sit here and I'll eat my dinner and have a drink. And as you guys put messages in the chat, I can react to the messages and I can text in the chat back, if that makes sense. So don't get so wrapped up in this you stopped teaching me how to glide. That video was exceptional. I brought the AS30 before. Yeah, thank you, man. I'm very new to gliding myself, so anything I can pass on that I've learned, I will. Stall it, said propagation point. Propagation point, I'll stall it I'll stall it when I get to Montana. How about that? And if you can't stick around for the end of the live stream, because that's in roughly 3 hours, just come back and watch it as a YouTube video, because it'll be saved as a YouTube video on my channel. Thanks, guys. I've just bought the Starship, the P-38, and the Bronco a few days ago. Right, I understand in that context, you might not want to pick up the Aerostar straight away. I understand that. That's understandable. But if I buy the A2A, I will never fly these with these planes. Yeah, that's the problem. You get spoiled. When you fly A2A, you don't fly anything else. And this is the thing with YouTubing. Many other YouTubers, they will pick up every new add-on and they will review every new add-on and they'll build a load of, subscribers and views and AdSense and blah blah blah. I got spoiled right from the beginning by going with A2A, and it meant that when lesser things were released, I kind of looked at them and went, I'll just fly my A2A. Obviously I have flown other things on my channel. I'm not a diehard exclusive A2A, but a lot of the other kind of lesser stuff don't really bother with because of that. Okay, sat at just under 150 knots, looking good, feeling good, smelling good. 122 knots. Yeah, cool. Maybe I'll wait. I don't know. No, I will go for dinner now because my throat's starting to get a bit. Absolutely, the Comanche doesn't get old. No, it doesn't. That's true. It very much sounds like the Comanche from the front end, I have to say. Right, let's just pause track IR. Let's go and throw on my eating lunch text, and I'll just mute my microphone, and I'll be back in a minute. See you guys in a moment. Okay, how we doing? Okay, so we're now in range of that Vortac. And, well, we should be. That's 1300. Yeah, the Vortac is 1300. That's 77 X-ray. And, oh, okay, yeah, it does work. Let's just put it back to 3. And let's turn on nav, shall we? Okay, so we're on nav. And can we go to 2? Okay. That's showing us 4 nautical miles away from it? Is that right? No, that's not 4 nautical miles. That's like 17, 18 nautical miles, not 4. Maybe I'm not using that right. But the to and from options. But then it's a Vortac. I don't really understand Vortacs as such, so I could be completely wrong with that anyway. So what I'm going to do now is, let's just double check, stall it, he said, and Comanche never gets old. Okay, so I'm just going to grab some food here, guys, as you can see, and I'll mute the microphone, and if you guys have any questions, let me know, and I will do that, and I will just monitor. Yeah, why I don't have nav 2, a DME on nav 2. Why it says 0? Well, I don't know what that. I wonder what that 004 means. I'll have to look that up. Okay. Right. Food. Here we go. Okay, I'm back. So, we are now in range of our next VOR, and thankfully it is a proper VOR, which is 1395. So let's put that in nav 1. Let's go 1395 set. There we go, and we do have that as a frequency. So let's turn off nav 2. Let's just go to heading hold for them. Yeah, oh no, it defaults back to heading hold. That's cool. Okay. So let's go on a course of 033, which actually it is set to 033. And let's go and set nav. Why doesn't it want to go back to nav? It's weird. Why doesn't it want to go to nav all of a sudden? Oh, it's because it's... There you go. There you go. It didn't accept it because I had nav 2 selected, not nav 1. Interesting. Okay. That makes some sort of logical sense. That makes logical sense, though. Ooh, by the way, I'm just realizing that some of the altitude that we're going over... No, we've still got about 3,000 feet. There's some ranges up ahead that... There's some ranges up ahead that, mountain ranges that are quite high, 10,000 feet, but we're up at 13, hang on a second. How have we been descending? Whoa, 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 whoa. We're on alt, we're on nav, AP is on. Why are we descending? Okay, let's climb up to 13,000 again. Well, let's just turn the autopilot back on and go to, yeah, nav hold. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Something is not right. Something is not right. Okay. This is interesting. Okay. Why is the attitude... Why is it showing pitch down and bank to the left when I should be going straight? This is strange. And I do need to be up at 13,000 for that ridge up ahead. I would like to be at least 3,000 above that. Autopilot failure? This early in the history of the aircraft's life? Like this was a brand new factory fresh aircraft. Like 2 hours ago in Van Nuys, off the factory floor. The autopilot shouldn't have died. Let's turn the autopilot off and let's recycle it. Okay, no, that looks correct now. Oh, the attitude. The attitude wasn't on. Oh. The attitude wasn't on. Maybe that's what it was. Oh, wait, hang on. There you go. So it was the attitude. The ATT. Smells like Tom Cruise. Yeah. Hey, if I smell like Tom Cruise, I must be doing something right. So I'll take that. It's probably some sort of test range or something. Just throwing possibilities out there. Yeah, no, I don't think the AP failed, Alysanor. I think I didn't have ATT engaged. Autopilot attitude mode, you see. That was not on. And, with that off, I don't know how that was thrown off, but with that off, maybe that's why the altitude started to slip. And the weird heading and descent rate began. Okay, so that's 13,000 there. Let's go altitude hold now. Okay. Oh, I see. When you go altitude hold, the attitude turns off. So so it being off is okay. Why is it going down now? Why is it going down? Okay. Interesting. Right. Right. Interesting. So we're in Nevada at the moment. Oh, actually, are we coming across where is Area 41 or Area 51? It's in Nevada somewhere. Let me actually pull up a map. Where is Area 51? Okay. Yeah, actually, we're kind of in the, we're in the Nevada test site, actually. Okay. Well, we're coming into Ely. So that's going to be... Oh, no, we're descending again. Why are we descending? What is this? What is this? We're on alt. Autopilot altitude mode. And why does... And also, why does the pitch trim... Autopilot pitch command... Why does that bug forward so much? What have I not got set correctly? Why is the altitude descending? Driven by there many times. Oh, okay. This is weird. I didn't change anything. And we have been cruising with no issues at all for the last, you know, couple of hours. I don't know why we're descending. And I'm starting to get some stutters. So changing the trim when the autopilot altitude hold is engaged obviously does nothing. But I don't understand why the altitude is not being regarded. What is it about altitude hold that's just not working here? Maybe I should just hold the attitude mode. Maybe I should just fly with the attitude mode engaged rather than altitude. And then just make it go level when... Yeah. So I just probably have to fly... I'm just going to fly with attitude engaged rather than alt hold engaged for a while and see if I can just zero it out onto a flat trajectory and see if I can do that, because the altitude hold isn't working. For some reason. And I want to get over this mountain range, you see. This is one of the more serious mountain ranges in these parts, in these air parts. 157 knots, although that's probably because we were descending. What's the outside air temperature up here? It's about 9 degrees. Okay. I don't know why the aircraft is hiccuping up and down like that. I'm getting stutters. And I don't know why. There's been stutters introduced into the system somehow. I wonder if that's a tablet thing, actually. Ah, yes. Yes. Yes, I found it. I found it. That's the culprit. So, Lewis and A2A, if you're watching, and if not, I can point you to this timestamp. When you first released the Comanche had a bug where the engine analyzer tablet page, when that was opened, the further in the flight you went, there was some sort of memory leak about this particular page where it dropped the FPS the further along in the flight you went. And because I was doing long hauls in the Comanche, it meant that whenever this page was open, it started stuttering more and more and more. And as soon as I went away from that page, immediately my stutters went away. So there's got to be some sort of code issue on the maintenance page in the tablet that's causing some sort of memory leak or issue with that. So just to let you know, and I'll probably post it on the forums as well and link to this. So there you go. I was a bit concerned because there was lots of stutters happening. I was like, my performance in 2024 doesn't usually drop off that drastically that quickly. See, it's all silky smooth now. So I also wonder maybe the altitude or autopilot issue was being triggered because of the stutters from the tablet. I don't know. We'll see. Coming up through 12,000, let's just continue to slowly climb back up to our flight level 130. We're 52 nautical miles away from the Ely VOR, but I doubt that I should actually be able to... I'm skeptical that I can actually hold the frequency of the Ely VOR when I have that mountain range in front of me. I would expect not, but maybe at this altitude I could pick it up. I'm not sure. Exactly how these things translate from real life into the sim. But that's not an A2A issue. That's the way that MSFS 2024 renders VOR frequencies with terrain conflicts. So yeah, so we'll just climb up to. I do wonder actually if that altitude issue was being created by the EFB. So yeah. All is now good again on the Western Front. So we've been going for 2 hours 45, and Volanta says we've got another 2 hours 43 left. So that's going to be 4, 5. It's going to be over a 5 hour long haul in the Aerostar, which is a good way to break us in to Aerostar, is to give it a good long haul from the factory. I think my next couple of legs with the Aerostar I'll probably do offline when I get back home, and then the last leg maybe I'll do again as a video, just to kind of update as to where I've been and what I've been doing. Maybe actually I could make a compilation of video clips that kind of bring together my whole ferry flight adventure, or maybe it's a case where you would like to actually see every single leg of this ferry flight fully live streamed in real time, so that you get the full experience from Van Nuys all the way to the south coast of England. Let me know in the chat what you guys think, if you would like to see the whole ferry flight live streamed, or just a summary of the next legs when I do them offline, as in off camera. Let me know what you think. Yeah, you see, the aircraft isn't bunny hopping anymore. So the bunny hopping was happening because of the memory leak or the lag that tablet page was giving as well. Yeah, silky smooth as anything now. I have to say, it's a bit of an odd shape. I keep looking at it thinking, should that actually be able to fly? It just looks weird, but it's growing on me. It's growing on me. Coming up over this mountain range now. Coming up on 13,000 feet, I will go back to altitude hold, just to prove to myself that what this issue was. Pretty sure that this issue was this tablet, which is weird. But I mean, for the Comanche, I mean, once they'd figured out what it was, they fixed it. It went away and it never came back. So I wonder if it's just, there's altitude there. Okay, let's hold that. Cool. So Which way is the wind coming? Actually, the wind is coming from behind us at 32 knots. So if I was a glider right now, I would be expecting some nice ridge lift coming up at me from the air going over. But, Hyperon, see you later, guys. Glad you to see this plane coming out. No worries, Hyperon. Thanks for joining. And, thanks for giving me a bit of stick for flying with the autopilot. That's what I like to see. Feel free to join again. There'll be more Aerostar content from the YouTube channel coming soon. So I'm on holiday all the rest of this week, so the next time I can come back and start doing more content is beginning of next week, sadly. Well, sadly for you guys, if that's what you care about. Not quite so much for me, because I'm on holiday, so... let's just have a look at the textures, actually. Look at the textures of the glare shield there. Have a kind of green tint to it. Like little... There's the weathering does look good. So... I don't... See, the thing is, if this was chase plane, I would be able to do like a proper cabin. I could go all the way back there. Let's actually look at the custom views. Now we're in cruise. Pilot... Landing, co-pilot. Oh, hello. So now we have a thing. Yeah, co-pilot view looks nice. Let's go to the instrument, radio stack. Yeah. Left bottom panel, right bottom panel, pedestal. Yeah. Quick view. Okay, so we've got a. That's not very nice. Helpful view. Yeah, these quick views are all just custom and they haven't been done anything too. Smart. Oh, I don't want to press those. No. That's going to take me out of the aircraft. I wonder if the free camera... Okay, pretty basic stuff. Nothing crazy. But once chase plane comes into 2024, I mean, it revolutionizes cameras and viewpoints, and the way you look at your aircraft and the world around you. It really does. It's lovely. I'm really looking forward to it in 2024. Now it's in 2020. I really love it. In 2020, it's fantastic. It's hard having it in 2020 and not having it in 2024. Because the performance for me in 2024 is now so much better than it has been in 2020. And the performance in 2020 was so much better than P3D before that. So I am very blessed to have to be able to have such smooth sims, such smooth simulator performance with a rig like mine. Those mountains up ahead, I'm gonna check and just double check what elevation we're dealing with here. Oh, we make a turn before that. We're not actually going over that ridge, thankfully. That would be an issue. Okay, so oh, I think it's in the next valley. Yeah. I think our waypoint is in the next valley. Yeah, yeah, in real life, guys, the Ely VOR, which is over this next ridge, there's no way that I would have been able to have picked it up way out there at 13,000 feet with those two mountain ranges in between. You would only be picking up that VOR at, 38,000 feet or something crazy, not 13,000 feet. I feel that's a bit sus. So, I kind of want to see you stretch the legs on that thing, see how fast it can run. Okay, Christian, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's see, what can I do at 13,000 feet? Should we put the RPM up to 2,400 to begin with and see what happens? Okay, so the power levers are... Power levers are full forward. Fuel flow is 13 gallons. Yeah, it's actually... the fuel flow is 13 gallons, 13,000 feet. RPM is 2,400. Manifold's 18 inches. Let's see if we actually are gaining anything. And remember, we're going to do our stall in Montana. We're going to do a stall on arrival, I think. Well, for best results, you need to go lower. Go down 7k feet, I'd say. Lean, rich of peak, 2,400 RPM. I mean, we could go down and bomb around these mountains. Two hours 20. Okay, so let's descend from 13,000 down to 7,000. Obviously, making sure that we also care about the terrain and our lives. Let's just edge down. Start descending, and we'll go down to flight level 70 and see what we can do. Do it. It's for science. Keep going down. Coming up through 168, 170 knots. And what's our ground speed already? Ground speed's 245 and climbing. By the way, the C750 or the pay where longitude is coming out soon, isn't it? That's an aircraft with some range. Tell me about it. Right, let's pull up the tablet again and just make sure we're lifted, leaned. Okay, coming down through flight level 120, 9 nautical miles to the waypoint. What's our... yeah, ground speed's 256. Actually, we could chill down at flight level 70 for a bit, I think. Coming up on 189 knots. 260 ground speed. Oh, I just noticed the flap lever. What a curious thing. Yeah, so it's like flaps up, flaps neutral, flaps down. There's no like... Oh. Yo, there is incremental flaps. Why didn't I see that? Hang on. Oh, you idiot. Of course. Of course. If you just put it down, it will go all the way from up to down. But then halfway, if you want to stop at flaps 10, 20, or 30, you then just go to neutral again. Idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay, coming down through 10,000 feet. Lights on. What is that? P2A. Okay, probably outside. Oh yeah, 265. Okay, so new heading is actually magnetic of 1. Need to go heading now. Okay, magnetic of 1. set. Okay. Still coming down through 10,000. Ground speed 268. Exactly. Coming outbound 3 nautical miles. We are barreling along, I have to say. Let's just double check that we've leaned. We're still in a healthy lean state. We'll lean properly once we get down to 7,000. It's going to be hot though. It's plus 20 degrees now already down here, so that will probably affect my top speed. Just saying. Hey, gliding in this. Look at these ridges. Gliding along these ridges would be so much fun. Definitely have to do that soon. Okay, it says we've only got an hour and 53 minutes left of our flight at this speed. 198 knots. That's 270 knots ground speed. And we still are going down. Oh, I'll tell you why. Our manifolds come up as well. Big time. Let's go back onto nav hold. Thank you. What a beautiful aircraft. Just stunning like. How many hours? We've got 4 hours on the thing already. Why do we have 4 hours on the airframe and only 1.67 hours on each engine? That doesn't make sense. Surely. That doesn't make sense. I wasn't that long on the ground with the engines off, surely? Was I? Okay, coming down through 8,600. 200 knots airspeed, which is going to make 262 ground speed. And we don't want to bottom out soon. Hopefully. Yeah, this is looking a bit sketch. Thanks, Christian. If we crash, it's your fault. So, just so you know. But you do know we're going to have to climb all the way back up to, 10, 12, 13,000. Okay, coming up on 7,000. Start to smooth out a little bit. Okay, alt hold. Not sure how familiar you are with these engines, so please forgive me for asking, but do you know what it means to operate engines square? Oh, okay, yeah. I can explain that, I just don't want to crash. I'll explain that when we don't have terrain imminently ahead of us. So we're currently barreling at 254 ground speed. So this is pretty beastly. What I'm gonna have to do though is I'm gonna have to begin climbing, but you're definitely right in saying, with a good, okay, I'm gonna push a bit more of that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to start climbing now. Sitting on the ground with the engines off since you installed the aircraft. Not just this session. This is the only session I've done with the aircraft so far. Like, I didn't jump into the aircraft before I started the live stream. So this live stream is exactly how much time I've spent in the aircraft so far, and I don't believe that I have over 4 hours on the airframe, but only 1.72 hours on the engines. I've definitely been in flight for far longer than 1.7 hours at this point. At least I'd like to think so. We now have terrain. And I'm going to have to climb over it, so... operating the engine square, yeah, no worries. Operating the engine, it's a good test. It's a good test to see what kind of speed we could reach. So operating the engine square, Christian, when it says 24 squared, it means 24 inches manifold, 2400 RPM. Operating at 21 squared would be 21 inches manifold, 2100 RPM. So if I go to the so if I go to the tablet here, you see the here climb. For the climb, they're recommending a 24 squared climb power setting. So that's 24 manifold pressure, 2400 RPM. So that's just what that means. When they say squared, it just means the two metrics are the same. It's both metrics are that. If that makes sense. Coming into the climb now, we're down to 200 knots ground speed, and we're back up to 2 hours and 20 on the arrival time in Montana. I've never actually flown to Montana in the sim before, so I think this will be my first time. Probably flown over it a number of times and on long hauls, but never actually. Christian, when we get to Montana and we come down into the approach phase, we will also see the high-speed performance down low as well. I'll be going full rich and props full forward, and for a short time I'll barrel the engines forward and see what she does. Look forward to that. I am as well. Yep, exactly. So, was thinking running in 23 squared at rich of peak would be a good way to see what sort of speeds one can get in a typical flight. Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about a typical flight being, a cruise at 4,000 feet, on a cold day, then yeah, I'm sure you could smash out some proper impressive speeds. But I'm flying this at 13,000 feet over a desert in a kind of long range cruise configuration. So I guess it's not about the speed, the top speed at that point. It's about the efficiency. You see, look at that map detail. You don't get that level of detail in 2020. In my recent gliding experience, hello, why are we turning? Oh, really? What? Wait, what? Why did that? Why did our nav come off? That's weird. What was I saying? In doing gliding recently, I found a really nice airport in the Alps where you can take off and you immediately have ridge lift, like, quarter of a mile away. So it's been a great place for me to test gliding and different gliders and performance. And in 2024, it looks stunning. In 2020, it's definitively... It's just not the same. When you go from 2024 to 2020, the Alps, it's like, oh, there's definitely a lot less that 2020 is actually reading for its terrain mapping. The satellite imagery just isn't as good. So... But then... You're not really used to, before we had 2024, 2020 looked great. Like, it was like, oh wow, this is great. Because what we had before 2020 was P3D, so, and the FSX platform. And yeah, you could buy ortho packages, but they were only regional packages. You know, you couldn't buy the entire globe in ortho at the level of detail that 2020 had. That'd just be insane, and that would be like terabytes upon terabytes of data to download, which is of course why MSFS went the whole, live streaming the world data to your PC. Coming up through 11,000 feet now. Oh, yep. We should probably be leaning as well. I'm hearing some... There you go. Orange. Now, when we get up to 13,000, I will do the 50 degrees Rich of peak method of leaning, as opposed to using the tablet, because I have been justly and righteously told off by our good friend Hyperion, who's no longer here, but his rebuke still stings on a deeply emotional level. So we will do a proper lean. What a beautiful looking aircraft. Did you perform any landings on this one? How does it fly compared to the Comanche? Hello, Avizard. Good to see you. So, comparing an Aerostar to a Comanche, I mean, the two aircraft are just different in many ways. So, are you talking in terms of performance? How does it fly compared to the Comanche? This feels more like a sports car in every way, because it is more of a sports car in every way than a Comanche is. A Comanche is a single engine. It feels a bit more like a single engine lumbering, long haul GA aircraft. This feels a lot more like a sports car in the air. I'll definitely, on approach, I'll actually, on approach, what I'll do is I'll do a couple of touch and goes, just to kind of get a feel, and to let you guys see and feel as well. So, we'll have a look at that on final approach, and do some touch and goes, and we'll do a stall as well. I've promised a stall before we land, but, yeah, very sports car-ish. But I've not performed any landings in this yet. This is literally the first flight I have done. I got it, I downloaded it, I installed it, and I turned on the live stream. Like I've never touched it before this flight. So this is the very first flight that I'm doing in the aircraft, and I'm loving it. It is a beautiful aircraft, and A2A do a fantastic job. The thing I really wish is A2A would bring in the Constellation and the Stratocruiser into 2020 or 2024. I just wish someone would bring in a high quality vintage airliner again, and then I could feel young again. You know what I mean? Right, let's get up to 13,000 and let's just right, there's altitude. Hold altitude there. We are 54 nautical miles away from our outbound radial. 2020 2024 is like Trans's SD5 meter resolution and HD resolution. Huge difference. Okay, I didn't really understand that technical jargon, but I guess, yeah, it makes sense. I meant the flight model. Is it A2A level yet? Since it's in early access. Oh, the flight model is fine. The flight model is beautiful. The flight model isn't what is in beta. I'll tell you that right now. It felt beautiful on takeoff, and we'll put the flight model through its paces on final approach as well, just so you guys can see. But when A2A say that it's in beta or a late stage beta, it means that there are literally like 1 or 2 things they're still working on, probably, but 90% of it's probably like solid locked in at this point. Oh, I love the Stratocruiser, and especially the pregnant guppy. And yes, exactly. That's what I want. Right, so let's retrim, not retrim. Let's what were we on? Were we on 2100? We were on 2100 RPM, weren't we? So let's go back down to 2100 RPM. Actually, no. Let's just keep it at 24. I want to get there sooner rather than later, maybe. So 24. So we're on 1420. I'm going to call it 1425. Let's push it up and see, and let's get it to the greenest. Oh no, that's the wrong way. Let's get it to the greenest it can be, which is about there. I'd call that probably the very, very finest. The very, very finest I could be. That's 1470, 1480, 1490. Wow. 1500. That's settled at 1500. So what we need is 1450. So I'm going to push it in slowly until we get back down. Yeah, peak. There you go. It's just said peak. So now it's going down. Let's bring it down to negative 50. That's a bit too far. Let's pull it back. It's lagged, of course. Yeah, you see some of our cylinders are too high. There you go. There you go. 50-ish. There you go. 50 degrees rich of peak, roughly. There you go. And yeah, you can see we're in the kind of orangish, the good healthy orange of peak. So, and with that, we're at 156 knots, pretty much where we were before. So, again, that's given us 2 hours. Oh, I can see a Starliner on Volanta at 31,000 feet above us. 35,000 feet. Goodness me. Would be interesting to see what the Starliner compared to the Aerostar. Yeah, I don't like how some of my cylinders here are still flashing. I think it's because I'm pushing them too far, so I am gonna go down to 2100. There you go. There's 2100 set. Hopefully that should. What's my 10 gallons an hour? Let's actually, you know, to be fair, let's push up to 11 gallons an hour. Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna richen it a little bit extra to 11 gallons an hour, and hopefully that means my my EGTs on piston 5 and piston 2 are see if we can cool them down a bit. Yeah, I would love the Stratocruiser in 2024. The problem is that FSX was a 32-bit simulator. It was a 32-bit application, which meant that it could only use, what was it, 8 gigabytes of RAM before it bottomed out. So you only ever had 8 gigabytes worth of RAM. And there was a counter back in the day when we all used Project Fly, before Volanta. We're going back in time. Matt Davis's Project Fly app. he had a widget that allowed you to see how much RAM you were using, or yeah, and I always used to watch that because when flying in the Stratocruiser in FSX, if you got close to your destination airport, the RAM usage would go up, but or if let's say if you left your departure airport, your RAM would be high and it would just go down a little bit, but then as you got across the Atlantic and got to your destination and you got close to your next payware airport, the RAM would go up again and you'd be sweating because you were hoping that it didn't go above like 7.8, or else you had like 100 megabytes of RAM left, and then you knew that FSX was going to crash. Yeah, about the temps, I think the OAT in that area is pretty high, so you're basically temperature limited. Increased mixture is the right way to go. Yeah, I looked at it and I thought, that's just a little bit on the high side. I don't want to fry these engines as soon as I got them. I want to try and make this, fly this as realistically as possible, and with every single Aerostar flight, I want to manage the engine health, and I want to try and have these two engines last as long as I can. So not frying them across the Nevada desert would be a good thing. Let's see, we're 152 knots in cruise. That's pretty typical of the speeds and performance we were seeing before. Of course there's VATSIM ATC directly in the area that I left. Is that not always the way, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, we've had yeah, man, FSX was so unoptimized. Even with state-of-the-art PCs, you would be hard-pressed to get stable 60 FPS. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I ever, in the years that I used FSX or P3D, ever saw 60 FPS. Ever. And the computer components I have right now are virtually unchanged since my P3D days. So it just shows how far we've come with optimized simulators for modern hardware, or even less modern hardware. We're getting so much smoother performance than we did. I mean, the Xbox flyers who fly this on Xbox should go back and see what it was like. I do really wish it would give me an absurd delight to see many of the modern, 16-year-old simmers of today on 2024 or on Xbox go back and actually experience FSX and P3D. Even FS 2004, FS 2009 and 2004, like, just to kind of see what kind of performance and smooth experience that we thought was good back then, because it's come so far. And then maybe it's just because I'm getting older. I hear people whinge on forums and on social media about the state of the sim, and it's like, yeah. MSFS runs on integrated graphics. Does it? Well, that's something I wouldn't want to try and do, but it's good to know that it can. We need the A2A Constellation in 2024, one of the best and most immersive airlines. Yes, we do. That's 100%. 100% agree. And I remember A2A was saying, and I'm still looking at those two cylinders. I'm still watching you, cylinder 5 and cylinder 2. I don't like that. Calm down. Maybe I should try and get higher? Once we get up into Montana, it'll probably be cooler. Flight Sim 4.3, the first time I flew in Sim. Right, listen, all that's... Goodness me. I thought I was old. So the first Flight Sim that I ever flew was Flight Simulator 95. And that was on a Gateway 2000. That was on... Was that Windows... Yeah, no, it was Microsoft. It was Microsoft 95. Yeah, it was Microsoft Windows 95. And there was... Yeah, let me actually go try to Google a photo here. Microsoft Flight Simulator 95. Right, let's have a look at the goodness. Yes. Oh. Okay, this is this is my childhood, guys. Here we go. Meigs Field in the default Cessna 172. That is my memory of my earliest flight simming experience. That little airport there around Chicago. And I genuinely, I was young enough, I think it was, what age would I have been at this point? I would have been 12? I was 12, and I genuinely had no clue where this city was. I had no clue where Chicago was. I thought this was like the edge of an ocean. Like, I just had no geographical context for where this tiny little airfield was that was on this tiny little spit of land on this coast. And it wasn't until years later that I think Orbex were releasing... Yeah, Orbex were releasing in P3D a scenery for Meigs Field, because Meigs Field had been bulldozed in... I think it was the late 90s or early 2000s. Some governor of Chicago thought it would be a good idea to bulldoze the General Aviation Airfield for reasons unknown. Yeah, so... by the way, not to necro a past topic, but the EGT thing on the engine display is blinking not because of temperature, it's blinking because it is in the... Oh, the lean finder mode. Oh, no, it's showing the leanest cylinders. Is that what it's doing? Yo. Thank you, Christian. That's... and it's highlighting the hottest cylinder. So if I were to go back... Oh, yes, I can see, because it's still in the exit. There you go. There you go. Thank you. I'm sorry. You were very right to necro a past topic, as you say. That was very... yeah. I like that. I like that little display there of those two engine temps and the little blue bars. That's really cool. I like it. So we're 104 nautical miles away from our outbound radial. Let's see if we can actually... We'll probably pick up the next VOR now, which is going to be... no, we can't. It's only got a 40 nautical mile range, but we'll put it on nav2 anyway. That's 1410. So let's go pop that on. I went down as if I was in another aircraft. It's actually here, so let's go 1410. Set. And the inbound radial is the same as the outbound radial, which is 1 degrees, so we don't have to change that. What was I saying, though? Yeah, Meigs Field. Yeah, actually, that's true, Christian. If you're running too hot, they would turn red. The big red letters, right? I am old. I'm 26 with 35 years experience. 61, man. A listener, 61-year-old man. He just... I think I remember going to my YouTube analytics, and it actually gave me analytics on the average age of my YouTube viewers, and it was like in the 60s. And I felt very proud of myself actually at that point, because of course back in those days when I looked at the metric, that was before MSFS that I looked at that, and of course before MSFS there were no children doing flight sim. Like it wasn't a kid's. It's like, I don't know. It's like a digital version of building model railways in your attic, which is only something that some people do in their 50s and 60s, and you know, when they're retired and the kids have left home. And so And I remember going to Cosford years back, before MSFS, and it was just a bunch of old guys. It was great. Yeah, so 61, eh? So yeah, you've probably seen some stuff. You've seen some planes. A listener in chat, he's the man that's seen some planes. Manuel says, first one I flew was X-Plane 8. I didn't even know there was an X-Plane 8. I think I first heard of X-Plane when it was X-Plane 9. So I didn't even know there was an X-Plane 8. Fair play. I'll just show you where we are on the little nav map. So we've taken off from Van Nuys, you can see, and we are probably roughly just over halfway now. Yeah, roughly just over halfway. Kind of gives you an idea of just how much range the Aerostar has if you're willing to sit there. So this is a good sort of aircraft for me, like when I want to set up a flight in the morning, get up to cruise pretty efficiently and pretty quick. I see you altitude, I see you slipping, don't you slip on me. So this is a good sort of aircraft for me to take off in the morning, get up to altitude, throw the autopilot on, maybe with the GTN so that I can follow a nav track while I'm AFK, and then go do my day's work, and then come back in the afternoon and land it during one of my breaks, my breaks from my recording. I can come and land it later or something, and in that way I can clock up quite a lot of long-range cruising, and really kind of test the AccuSim technology behind the wear and tear on the aircraft. Would be a lot of fun. I remember when X-Plane was shareware. Wow. So that's a listener starting to brag now. Everyone else just clears out the way, and a listener just starts laying down the back in my young days. Major Daley of Chicago was mad. He didn't get the same special treatment New York got after September the 11th. So one night he ordered the runway ripped up. Are you serious? Is that why? It was after 9/11. That's crazy. MSFS really brought a revolution in flight sims. FSX was fairly popular, but not this widely known. It was still a pretty niche hobby. Yeah. So this is interesting. There's a forgotten simulator. I don't really want to call it a simulator because it was such a horrible failure. But there was FSX, right? And that was developed by Microsoft. And then FSX, that was kind of I think it was 2010. Yeah, FSX was a 2010 era flight sim. And then years went by, and Microsoft sold it to Lockheed Martin. And Lockheed Martin changed its name to P3D. So P3D version 1 was essentially FSX with a few bug fixes. But it was still a 32-bit application, But to Lockheed Martin's credit, they brought P3D from version 1 to version 6 that they're now on. And in that time, they brought it into 64-bit, and they brought it to a very, very stable place. And of course, Lockheed Martin being Lockheed Martin, they are a weapons contractor. They are big cheeses. They have the resources and the development weight to really, really flesh out a particular application like that and make it a solid platform. And of course, being Lockheed Martin, I think they probably used P3D as well in their military full cockpit simulators and stuff as well as a platform. Why is my aircraft moving? Oh, okay. So my aircraft is moving because it's now automatically gone back to heading hold because it's lost the frequency of Ely behind us. So that is what happens, and that is why you should always have your heading indicator synced with your radial heading as well. So at some point soon we will come into the next, which is 1410. I want to go 2. And hopefully that will show us when we next pick that up. So, what was I saying? So, P3D was kind of the gold standard. There was P3D and X-Plane was side by side for a long, long time. I think P3D was probably the most popular for many years until one day, lo and behold, Microsoft said, "Oh, we're here, guys. Let's make another one." So Microsoft, in their wisdom, decided to make a new simulator, and they called it Microsoft Flight. And it was the biggest failure. Let me see if I can even find it. Microsoft Flight. But it's going to be... My Google search is going to be confused with everything else. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Microsoft Flight is an amateur flight simulator from Microsoft Studio, created as a spin-off of the FSX. The game is offered free to play, charging players to download extra content. So when was this released? 2012. February 2012 that was released. And it was a huge flop. I don't think hardly any flight simmers paid it much attention at all. But that was Microsoft's... Yeah, look, we're descending again. Why are we descending again? I don't understand it. Okay, maybe it's... Yeah, I think the longer I keep this page open, even when I have it minimized, the longer I have that page open, the... Yeah, see, it's corrected. It's corrected. That's weird. Let's go back to attitude and go up. So the longer I have that page open, something weird happens with the code. There's the autopilot has an issue. So we will definitely be feeding this back to A2A. Let's go back up to 13,000 and hit alt hold. So I just have to remember, even if I have that page open and I have the tablet minimized down there, it's still, the bug is still happening, the memory leak or whatever that is, where the longer I have that page open, the more stutters and then the autopilot starts to do weird things. Soon as I turn that back to another page and put it down, my performance in the cockpit is silky smooth, and we go back to altitude hold. There we go. So so Microsoft came along and they created this Microsoft Flight in 2012, and it was a big flop. And from that point onwards, Microsoft washed their hands of flight simulation and just turned away, and we all kind of thought, okay, Microsoft isn't going to try a third time. They're well and truly out of the simulation game. So we were all thankful that, Lockheed Martin was continuing and giving us a stable sim. To be fair, every time that a new version of Lockheed Martin P3D came along, the full license was like 150 quid or something, and the academic license, it was still a hefty thing because it was a quasi-military, it was a military contractor developing a desktop flight simulator and allowing private users to use it. To purchase and use it. but it was also being, you know, used for their own purposes. So that's kind of what P3D was and is still. And then in, 2019, we got the announcement that there was going to be a Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. And it was just like, really? Because I remember the first time I heard that, I thought, oh no, they're going to try again. And it's going to be one of these, like, badly done knockoff, like, simulators where you've got, like, 3 really bad default aircraft that you can fly, and then they want you to purchase, like, 5 others that are just as bad. And no developer's ever going to develop anything serious for it, because it just looks like a complete arcade game sort of thing. But then, of course, fairly quickly, we realized that they were being serious, and they developed something that was semi-decent. And one of the first people to come out of the gate was PMDG with their DC-6. The DC-6 released for MSFS 2020. It was probably one of, if not the first, payware add-on for 2020, along with, in conjunction with the CRJ from Aerosoft. Those 2 aircraft were like the absolute quickest off the mark, which was impressive. And really, I mean, the DC-6 being the first quality add-on of note in 2020 made me very happy, because I love the DC-6. I just wish that more developers made more vintage add-ons, and not like Red Wing's Super Constellation, which is a bit of a mess. That was very sad. MSFS really brought a revolution in flight sim. Yeah. Remember playing Flight Gear in 2010, I think it was. 757, 767, and I was blown away. What was it? It was the Level D, wasn't it? It was the Level D 767 and 757. I think did they do both the 5 and the 6? I'm pretty sure they did the 6. That's the one I remember, the 767 Level D. It was like, that was before the days of PMDG, and the Level D 767 was like the creme de la creme gold standard. And that was before FS Labs and P3D. But I love the Constellation so much, because when I 401 got to fly on a TWA L1049 from Denver, Colorado to Birmingham, and I in a window seat next to number 3. Wow, you got to fly in a Super Connie 1049 from Denver, Colorado to Birmingham. Oh, Birmingham, Alabama. Right. Okay. I thought Birmingham, UK. I'm like, oh, that's a leg or two. Okay. So Colorado to Alabama in a window seat next to number 3. Wow, that's got to be a memory. That's got to be a memory to hold on to remember. When I was 4 or 5. Okay. So it's kind of it's back there. It's a memory, but it's back there somewhere. MS Flight just flies Hawaii, if I remember correctly. Oh, so they didn't even do the whole world then. They just did a small region. All right. Well. So basically, it wasn't a simulator of any consequence whatsoever. Okay, folks. So here we are in. We have just gained our new VOR, and for some reason, I don't understand that number. Is that 34.8 nautical miles? Maybe that's what that is. Let me just measure it on the map. Oh, not that one. Oh, that's actually what it could be. No. No, it couldn't. Not really. Yeah, I don't know what those 3 numbers are. I'm going to have to look that up. The 2 and the from. Because that's 347. 347. Why is it saying 347 and then 167F? I'm going to have to look that up in the manual to know what that is. We're doing very good on fuel, I have to say. Like, let's have a look at our performance. Flight info. Range. What? We've still got 1,000 nautical miles of range. How? How? How have we still got 5,041 minutes of endurance? How far can this thing actually fly? Oh, whoops, yep. So we're on to, let's get onto that radial now. That is, I mean, I've flown, how far have I flown so far? Volanta will tell me. No, Volanta will not tell me. Volanta will tell me that I have 343 nautical miles left. And how oh, that was a so the whole route is 878 nautical miles. Okay, to be fair, I do remember seeing the stats for the Aerostar, and it was something like the max range was like 1,400 nautical miles. So maybe that makes a bit more sense. But still, that's an obese level of. So really, what we're thinking, like, we're not even scratching, guys. We're not even scratching the long haul legs of this aircraft with this flight. So I'm gonna have to test. I'm gonna have to test just how far I can go in this. This is yeah. Radial to VOR, 167 plus 180 is 340. Oh. Oh, you mean it's the direct radial to the VOR? To and from? Ah, I see what you mean. Yo. That makes sense. Okay, so if I want to fly directly away from this VOR, I turn directly to 167. If I want to fly directly to this VOR, I turn to a heading of 347. That makes sense. But then, what are we? Compass 344. We are Compass 344. Yo, I just assume I'm going due north. This is the weirdness of the way the globe works. It looks on the map like I'm going like straight up due north, but I'm actually north is on an angle because the pole is actually weirdly off to one side somewhere. Interesting. Heading 344, heading compass 344. Yeah, so that's still slaved with the DG slave engaged. And so I don't have a DME on nav 2, sadly. That's not a DME then. Yeah, so it's saying head direct 349. And my course is on what? Yeah, I see what it's mean. Yeah, that's what that is. You've cracked it there, Edmund. Nice. So this thing can fly a very long way. I'm going to have to really plan a route that really ekes every last drop of range out of this thing, and it's going to be my challenge to say, you know, this is how long you can actually go in this. Because if it's... how long have I been in the air? Let me see. I don't really know how to. Well, the live stream started 3 hours and 49 minutes ago. Let's say the first... Was it the first hour of that I didn't take off? Maybe? I don't know. I'd say maybe the first 49 minutes I didn't take off. So let's say I've been in the hour. Let's say I've been in the air for 3 straight hours now. Saying that we're still over 5 hours of endurance is insane. This is a long haul aircraft. This has huge potential. So really, yeah. This is what I surmise. I'm gonna really have to try and push this aircraft to the limit. I feel like I've learned a lot this evening. There's the radial coming in. Once it does, we'll go to nav hold. And where is this tiny place? Is it like up here? Is it over the river? Yes, it's over the river. Oh, there's a tiny airport on the river. This is Burley we're coming to. A place called Burley. Which is up here. There's a small airport there, and there's a... What state am I in right now? Am I out of Nevada yet? Let's have a look. Oh yes, I've just come into Idaho. Just crossed into Idaho. Now this is definitely a place I've never been before. I like, there's a starship there. Yeah. Right. Says a Cessna 414. Okay. Oh, no, gone through it. Let's go nav hold. Oh, no, we have to go to nav 2. Hold. So that's 1 degrees, and that's 1 degrees. Yeah. So they're 2 synced. Good to know. And we've only got a few nautical miles on that before. I mean, it really means that when you're doing cross-country navigation, you might as well just use nav 1. There's no real point to use nav 2. Unless you're in a kind of overloaded situation and you need to like cross-reference two radials at once for like a bearing. If you want to get a fix off of 2 radials at the same time, that's kind of what that's for. But for cross-country nav, you can get away. It's just more convenient to use nav 1 because then you have the DME as well. So what I'm doing isn't really necessary. So I've got the old PDFs of the instruments. I'm just going to download some of these. Yes, download. Thank you. Let's make a new folder and call it Aerostar Manuals. Pop it in there. Thank you. Download this one too. And pop it in the Aerostar manuals. Excellent. Love me a good manual. Oh, there's another one there. Yeah, I'll grab that too. Sweet. Okay, provide me with some good reading. So it's 1:17 in the sim. And that's the sim local time. Oh, so we're now going back to, we're we're gonna go. Yep, there's heading hold. I just caught it before, but I was going to be going back to heading hold. So the next is 007 to 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 007, course 10, 9, 8, 7, 8, 7. Course is 7. Let's just leave this at 0, and now we're gonna do let's go 1410 on nav 1 and transition from one to the next. So let's go transition to nav 1 and let's just get this radial. So we're outbound 3 nautical miles. And we'll wait for that radial to calm down a little bit, and then we'll go back over to nav. Okay, let's just go back to nav now. There we go. Next VOR is a proper daddy VOR. It's got some good range to it, 130 nautical miles. So once we get to that, we'll be kind of actually almost home dry. So let's see how many hours. It's 1 hour. It's about an hour and a half now to our destination. Right, we're going to block that Twitch comment, so that's gone. And what I might do is I might just go grab a cup of tea again, because my voice is starting to get a bit dry again. So I'm going to go grab a cup of tea, and feel free to plop any comments in the chat that you have, and we'll get those answered. I don't know why the bar up at the top of my live stream still doesn't have an ETA. Yeah, it doesn't really have an ETA still, so let's... Oh, that's supposed to be Golf. Yeah, I'm not sure why the ETA... Oh, is it some... Oh, show ETA at 3,000 feet. How do I show the ETA at... Oh, show it at 10,000 feet. Beautiful aircraft, beautiful sim, smooth performance. What more could you ask for? Got some mountains coming up. Yeah, those mountains are actually those are the ones that I'm going to have about 3,000 feet of clearance, because they're about 10,000 feet high, so I have to just be a little bit careful of them. So I'm just going to go run and grab a cup of tea, and talk amongst thyselves. Ah, there we go. Right. Okay, here we go. So we're almost out of this small VOR and into the next one. And then on the other side of this next one is pretty much the destination. So not terribly long to go now. We're an hour and 20 minutes, maybe an hour and 25 minutes, which will put us on about 9:40 p.m. local English time. But yeah, so we're just sipping the fuel as far as I'm aware. 4 hours 22. Still got 4 hours. We've got 920 nautical miles left of endurance. It's just insane. I'm definitely going to see what I can do with this aircraft. I mean, what's the service ceiling? It's definitely going to be higher than 13,000 feet. Surely? Let me Google it. Google says 25,000 feet. So if I went up to flight level 210, and if I had a tailwind of, I don't know, 60 knots. Yeah, I mean, I've got a tailwind now of 15 knots, and I'm doing 213 knots ground speed. If I had a tailwind up at flight level 240, if I had a tailwind of 60, maybe 70 knots, I could be flying far. So let's have a look now. So what are we on now? 1300. Oh, actually, that's right. 1300 is our new. There we go. There we go. And that radial is 007. Yep, that's set. So what we need to do now is come to the left. And we're 126 nautical miles and coming inbound on that. Very good. It's such a lovely cruiser. It just is. And the performance is lovely. Oh, it's only 5 Celsius in the cabin. It's a bit cold. It's temperature heater. Just make that a little bit. Ventilation air? That's not, maybe that's not implemented yet. Maybe the cabin temperature dynamics isn't implemented. I'm going to ignore it for now because it's not a big deal. It never is a really big deal anyway. So there's that. But flying home from Expo. Okay, so I'm just looking at other people's live streams. Yeah, okay. Is anyone else live streaming the Aerostar? No, Black Box is live streaming the A350. Go and have a look at the 2024 live streams and see who's streaming what. Ah, okay, Two-Tone Murphy. Two-Tone Murphy's streaming the Aerostar. Wow, that's really it. That's someone's. Okay, someone's live streaming the 727. Someone's live streaming the CRJ. Ah, yes. Mantalk Productions, live streaming the Aerostar. Yeah, so there's only me and Two-Tone Murphy. Let's have a look at his. He's got 218 viewers.
Okay, Pilk.
And he's doing... He's doing some takeoffs. But then he's got 12,000 followers on Twitch. How many followers do I have on Twitch? Oh, I've still got my making tea thing up. Let me take that down. Got my making tea. Alright, okay. Oh, 361 followers. Yeah, I mean, I don't really go in for... Okay, he's got music playing as well, so I don't really want to turn his live stream on. But Two-Tone Murphy is doing Two-Tone Murphy things, which is good to see. Let's see. We are not quite into that radial yet, but I'll go tune nav anyway. Let the aircraft do its thing. Do love the look of I do love the look of the dashboard. I have to be honest, it does look good. Oh, why are my lights still on? Thought I turned those off. Oh, it's because I went down below 10,000. That's why. (105 nautical miles). So let's have a look at Great Falls on the map. Let's have a look and see, just first on a little nav map, what kind of things that we should expect. So we've got a runway 03. Let's have a look at the wind. Let's actually have a look at the METAR at Great Falls. Where is Montana? I can't find Montana. There it is. Great Falls, is that it? Yeah, that is it. That is it. Okay, so, 30 degrees right now. Unpleasant. VFR, 5 knots, variable. 10 miles visibility, no ceiling. Altimeter's 3001. And there's basically no wind. It's like 4 knots but variable. So we have our pick of where we want to come in. For fun, I actually want to come in like on this small runway. Yeah, let's come in on runway 17 from the north. Let's come down on the south and then land and I don't know, maybe not. No, let's come in. Let's actually, to test the ILS equipment, let's come in runway 03. Let's do some touch and goes on runway 03 and then do a full stop runway 03 with the ILS. So that's going to be the plan. So are we really needing to go this far for the radial? Okay. I guess so. If we really need to go in this direction, I guess we can. We're about to turn inbound on the radial, so... let me just see if I can find... in the FS Economy... forums where my FSE discussion general Piper Aerostar. Okay. Okay, those are the mountains ahead. Just looking at the Aerostar in FS Economy. It does say the capacity is 215 gallons. And then I looked, and the gallons in... So we've still got 55% of our fuel on board. That's insane. How far we can fly with this thing. If I'm sipping, you know, 22 gallons an hour, that doesn't make sense. So I'm sipping 22 gallons an hour. FS Economy says that the consumption of the Aerostar is 42 gallons an hour, with a max capacity of 215 gallons, which is just ridiculous. That's way off. How much? 20, 42. Hey Peter, just saw your Discus 2C video and wanted to thank you so very much for sharing such an awesome detailed look with the community to get them up to speed on gliders. No worries. I mean I didn't really do much in the sense that it's just taken me a couple of days of grappling with the logic of gliders and then having a go with the Sim Soaring Club and enjoying it and then making that video. So I didn't really do much, but I'm glad you enjoyed it, and I really enjoyed it too. And I've recently got the this morning I got the AS33ME from Friends. I've been testing that in 2020, but for some reason I've got these horrible stutters in 2020 in gliders that I can't crack. So unfortunately, it looks like it might mean that gliding with the Sim Soaring Club in 2020 is going to be a bit problematic until I can figure out what that performance bottleneck issue is. Because other aircraft in 2020 haven't manifested such horrendous stutters. So, yeah, we'll see. In 2024, as you see in the video, in 2024, the performance in gliders is beautiful. So I'm really looking forward to the AS33ME coming to 2024. I think it's next week that they're releasing it for 2024. So I'll have two payware gliders really to run around in. There's so much about gliders that I still don't understand and I just haven't learned, and I'm looking forward to kind of getting into it and learning more as I go. And I think the really important thing is learning these things with friends is so much more, you learn so much quicker than ever learning by yourself, and it keeps you interested, with friends, so that's good. And I like just finding a group of people I can go fly with online. So yeah, you're welcome. Are you a yeah, Northwood? Yeah, you're still streaming as you were 4 hours ago. So basically, I'm doing a long haul. If you heard when I started 4 hours ago, if you heard my plan was to fly from California up to Montana, which is what I'm still doing. This is leg one of my ferry flight across to the south coast of England, taking the Aerostar over to the UK. So I thought I would live stream my first experience of the Aerostar. There's a few little buggy things here and there, but nothing crazy. I think I uncovered a bug in the tablet, which is the same bug that I found in the Comanche when that first released. So I should be a pretty quick fix, I imagine. It's some sort of memory leak on the engine analyzer page, which was manifested in the Comanche when they first released that for 2020. So. What? Why am I hearing lightning in the sim? I'm hearing it in this direction. That's weird. Very strange. Missed a lot, but what was your first impressions? Yeah, amazing, beautiful, lovely. It feels, ooh. Renders of the PMDG 747 during Flight Expo. I will have a look at that. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, that's just photoreal at that point. That is photoreal. That's beautiful. Yeah, that I'm gonna look forward. This is so the 747-100 I am really looking forward to in the sim, because it's gonna be a really serious ultra long haul Siva INS beast, triple Siva INS beast that I'm really looking forward to that. Anyway, sorry. Your question. Yeah, it flies like a sports car. It feels tight in the sense that it's smooth, it's responsive, but it's tight. It has a tactile. It's a bit like yeah, I guess it's a bit like a fighter jet. It feels good. It's not some lumbering Cessna or, you know, single engine Piper Comanche or Cessna. It kind of makes the Comanche or even the Cessna 185 feel a bit sedate. But once we get there, we're going to be in Montana. Actually, we've just passed across into Montana now from Idaho. So we are now in Montana. And we will be... Had a bit of some radial wiggle there earlier on. I was watching that. And maybe that's because of the terrain. We should be arriving at our destination in under an hour now. So we're about 51 minutes away from Great Falls. So that's good. We will... We'll get on the ground. We'll do some touch and goes, and might do a stall, and see how we feel. And after this, I might grab a shower and then go straight to bed, because I have to wake up, pack, and go on holiday tomorrow morning. So I'm glad they released it now. I would be infuriated if because this is what they've done with most releases over the last 10 years, is they always release it, whatever it is, when I'm on holiday. It just that's always happened. If you go back and you watch the previous A2A releases on my YouTube channel, when I've done first look videos, it's always me coming and saying, you know, this was released a few days ago, you know, but I was on holiday and I had to wait until I got home. Yes, the Aerostar, it does have a few issues, but not many, and that's completely correct. When they said they're releasing this in early access, I did hear some criticisms online, and it's like, guys, yeah. So, an early access release by A2A Simulations is still probably better than 90% of any other developer's release ever. So, in terms of the finished quality you get out of the box. So, there are no complaints. There are no complaints. And it's A2A, so they're going to fix it and they're going to make it good. And I love also, in a very A2A Simulations fashion, out of the box, they hand you the manuals for the real-world instruments in real life. So rather than generate their own manual for the avionics suite, for instance, or the autopilot, they just hand you the manual for the real-world autopilot that this aircraft has installed. That's why people come back to A2A. Yeah. After waiting so long for A2A to release anything, I'd say it's still miles better. Yeah, it is. Yeah, definitely. 33 nautical miles away from our VOR, and yeah, we'll get there soon. The scenery's lovely though. We're flying over in Montana. All of the scenery except the desert in Nevada was a little bit dreary, but this is looking lovely. These wooded, forested hills. This is just the thing about America, is the vastness of America is actually just stunning. Like if I had planned this route in Europe, we would be on the other side of Europe now. In 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours, you could easily be almost on the other side of Europe. But that's only flying from one corner. That's only flying within a corner of America. Like it's pretty amazing. Yeah, so I've been streaming for 4.5 hours now, and I've still got probably an hour's worth of flight to go before I say good evening. So, yeah. So that being a 5.5 hour live stream, and the Aerostar, when I land in Great Falls, the Aerostar will still probably have about 500 nautical miles of fuel in it. Probably about 500 nautical miles more fuel than I spent. So it really is big. Well, it really is a long range beast. So I'll probably obviously not live stream the ultra long hauls, but I'll see if I can do some of my ferry flight legs up to, you know, flight level 200 plus, and see if I can get a good tailwind and see if I can really punch through 1,500 nautical miles with the Aerostar. So. Okay, 24 nautical miles to go. And this is a small airport called Dillon. Kilo Delta Lima November. Outside the town of Dillon in Montana. And from Dillon, we are continuing in our northerly path up to Great Falls, which is at a landing altitude of 3,664 feet, which means that the end of the ILS is going to be 6,664 feet. So it's not like we have very far to descend from cruise to our final approach altitude. 21 nautical miles to go. T's and P's all look good. Let's just go and have a look here. Pause track IR. So, oil temperatures look good. Oil pressure. Yeah, oil pressure pounds per square inch is looking good. It's in the green, holding, and the fuel pressure as well is also good. Gyro suction is good. Fuel flow about 11 gallons an hour, where it was last time. Yeah, we've got a little bit of discrepancy on engine 1 and 2. Let me just let me just pull engine 1 down ever so slightly. There you go. Yeah, hydraulic pressure. The circuit breakers are inoperative at the moment, but you know, it's not the most primary issue. Did you ever see the video Scott from A2A made of their own Aerostar? Yeah, I saw them years ago. Really sad that they crashed their Aerostar and had to get rid of it. They weren't able to keep it. But I remember at the time them saying that they had gathered enough data from their Aerostar before it crashed that there was no issue in bringing this to the flight sim world. So yeah. But if you think about it, they were in development with this aircraft for 2020. When they first begun, a lot of work would have gone into developing this aircraft for 2020. And then, of course, by the time they got the Comanche out, and they perfected AccuSim 2.0, 2024 then came on the horizon, and then they were looking and thinking, well, we might as well just go the next step and get it ready for 2024 instead. Because the money moves on, you know. The kids with the credit cards, they moved to the most recent sim. So, as is the way of all things. So, it kind of makes sense. It's just a bit lousy in the sense that they've just been caught behind the curve, I guess. And they did mention they had other delays that they've not detailed, you know, which is that's up to them. So, but I do definitely yearn for the old classics like the Stratocruiser and the Constellation. Nobody did it like A2A did, with their captain of the ship and building up hours in your own little virtual airline experience as a captain, and getting your crew, getting passenger rating. You know, the passengers would rate your landings and your overall performance, and babies would cry when you descend too quickly, and it was just the good old simming stuff. Like, we just need that in 2024. Nobody else does that. It was so good. It's sad that we don't have that still, but and the last time I heard from A2A is that if they ever did bring the Stratocruiser and the Connie into 2024, they're not the top of the list. They're going to do the Cessna 172 first and the 182, and they're going to do the popular stuff. They're going to do the trainers and, you know, the edgy stuff before they go down to the old vintage classics that, you know, me and other 60-year-olds want to fly, I guess. At least that's their business model, I imagine. But I think it's a cart before the horse situation, because it's like these young kids don't know what they're missing. That's the problem. They need to be taught that this is what you should do. This is what you should fly. And it's kind of like you need to teach the community what greatness is, and then they will want it. But you kind of need a cart before the horse situation. The PMDG DC6 still, from the beginning of 2020 to now, for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 until now, the PMDG DC6 is the only vintage airliner that's serious in the sim, that's of a serious quality, which is amazing, but it's kind of sad at the same time. Okay, so new VOR, or new radial, I should say. Let's go over to heading hold. And let's go heading hold, like so. And let's go, it's 005, 765. Not very much of a change. Like so. So just cruising along. No issues here. Nothing to see here, folks. So how many... so we've got 7... There's no way we've got 7 hours and 7.2 hours on the airframe. I've only actually been streaming for 4 hours and 40 minutes, yet it says that I've got 7 hours on the airframe. And when I started streaming was when I first saw this for the first time in the sim. So I literally do not have 7 hours of contact time on the airframe, and I have more than 3 hours of time in the air on the engines. So I don't understand those numbers. Okay, we're coming outbound on that radial now. 2.2 nautical miles. Oh, hello. The compass says 13. Course 5. Why is there such a discrepancy? I think it's because as we get further north, the... maybe it should be 17. Let's try 17. No, that's just wrong. That's pretty much... Let's just go back to nav. There you go. Outbound, 5.1 nautical miles. Time compression, just a guess. No. Captain of the ship, they were great aircraft. The Stratocruiser and Constellation. They were the creme de la creme. They were the best of the best. The Stratocruiser was the very first YouTube tutorial I ever did. And I remember beginning a series of YouTube tutorials on the Stratocruiser and getting a load of facts wrong. And I remember Scott Gentile reaching out to me on the forums and kind of correcting me on my facts. And I remember being like, oh wow, the developer of... The owner of the company that developed this aircraft is giving me tips. I was really happy. I was like, oh, thanks. I'll adjust my tutorials and stuff. But that was the beginning of my YouTube journey. Was the Stratocruiser. The DC-6 is great too, but I hear it won't be too far away from a release in 2024. That's correct. I'm really hoping soon that it comes into 2024. I'm looking forward to it in 2024. Time compression, just a guess. It was 7 hours since you downloaded it. It wasn't there something with their C-172 where the maintenance hours kept adding up? So if you left it a few weeks, you'd need to do service first. Really? It could be. It could. 7 hours since I downloaded it? Surely, I downloaded this at... it was about 10 past 4 in the afternoon, and it's 9 o'clock. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's only 5 hours. I only downloaded this about 5 hours ago. So, that's still wrong. I need to... That's weird, yeah. Yeah, again, that might just be something with the early access thing, that it just might not be working quite right yet. Which is sad, because I'm doing these ferry flights, and I hope that it's logged accurately. Yeah, no, Scott contacted me way back in the day. I did one of their official tutorial videos for their C-172. I was the narrator voice for it. I think it was like part 2 or 2 of 3 part. It was part 3 of 3 or part 2 of 3 that I did. I was the narrator for it. I did a little bit of video production for A2A way back in the day. So I've been a huge fan of their products since the very beginning of my channel. Because I'm most passionate about general aviation, non-GPS general aviation, and vintage airliners. So it says 36 minutes to Great Falls. 19.4 nautical miles outbound. Yeah, I want to just double check what kind of bugs might have been reported on the Aerostar already by the community. Let's go and have a look. Okay, I'm gonna add engine engine analyzer page. What is it called? And aircraft, and aircraft, and airframe hours, engine hours issue. So far I've found some sort of memory leak in the engine analyzer page, which gives me stutters the longer that page is open, and it begins to affect the autopilot's ability to hold altitude for some reason. Also, the airframe hours is already saying I've been in the aircraft over 7 hours, and I only downloaded and started flying it about 4 hours ago. Also, the engine hours is not accurate. I've been in flight now for about... How long have I been flying? About 4.5. About 4 hours. And it says the engines have... How much does it say it has? 3.2 hours each. And I'll just link them my my live stream video as well, so they can at least have a reference to what I am seeing. Content. Live. A2A simulations. Copy link. And pop it there. Sweet. Submit. Right. Cool. I'll leave that there. So, Pilot JCM, probably the extra time in your frame is based on turbulence, dynamic loads, or simply a time compression embedded so you can have early failures. I have advanced options. I have the wear rate on normal and the failure rate on normal, and the turb strength is kind of in the middle. It's as it was default. So as far as I'm aware, that should be giving me, these hours should be giving me these hours should, I mean, I wonder if the airframe hours is accidentally adding both engine hours together into its calculation. I don't know. It's just screwing it up a bit, you know, which is a bit sad because I don't want to like have an inaccurate time log on this aircraft. If this aircraft with this registration is going to be my long-term aircraft, and I want to try and push it and use it correctly, I'd like to have all the hours that I'm spending in it accurately logged. Anyway, so let's go and grab the last VOR, which is 17.7. Let's just go back to heading hold. So let's go 17.7. And yes, we see it. And I'm just going to turn directly to it. I'm not going to worry about a particular... And go back to nav. There we go. I'm not going to worry about any particular radial. I just want to go directly to it now. So this VOR is the last in the chain. And we can then begin thinking about descending at some point into Great Falls. But we're almost there, folks. Volant is saying we only have half an hour left before we get there, so buckle up. So having started on full tanks, you can see that the wing tanks are almost down to half. And the fuselage is not down to half. So exactly how they're draining, I'm not quite sure. They look like they're all trying to drain evenly, but because the middle tank is slightly smaller than the wing tanks, it's like their drain rates are slightly different in order to compensate for that. So, hey, external view, please. Of course. The Aerostar only comes with one livery so far, which is this one. I like how you can actually see the shadow of the nose cone and the engine cowling on the blur of the prop. You see that? That's cool. One thing I would say though is this texturing, this reflection down on the underside looks a bit too perfect to me. It just looks a bit too clean. I would probably like to see the sheen get a bit broken up. But apart from that, the texturing all looks beautiful. There's the side profile. Oh, that's a good screenshot, actually. Might just snap that. Hang on. Wrong button. There we go. No, this is not an aircraft that's coming to 2020. This is exclusively 2024. It is what it is, I guess. In terms of development time, it's probably too much of a hassle for an aircraft. I don't know. Don't ask me. That's just what I know. I've seen a lot of people ask if it's coming to 2020 as well, but it's only going to be exclusively 2024, as far as I can see from A2A's official answers on that. It's quite a large plane. It is actually when you look at the side, Dave. Let me just look at that again. It's a proper 6-seater long haul GA. It's pretty big. It's almost like a kind of it's almost on the kind of the level of the BN2 Islander. That big Cessna twin overwing airplane that kind of flies around the Caribbean and like the Highlands of Scotland and stuff. It's kind of that sort of size, really. Did anyone here go to Flight Sim Expo? I didn't, obviously. I'm here, not there. Maybe that's not obvious, but yeah. No, if I had that much money to spend to get from the UK to Providence and back, I wouldn't be spending it on going there. I'd be spending it on a new gaming rig for more performance. I know. Would be nice, of course, to go, but you know. Did any of you guys go? Is it still going on? Or no, it finished this weekend, didn't it? Did it finish Sunday or something, or? The cruise potential of this aircraft genuinely impresses me. How far you can go with this, it's just ridiculous. You could easily go. That's crazy. You could easily go more than half of the way across the United States in one leap with this. I mean, if I bring across my flight plan, here's my flight plan. I've gone from Van Nuys Airport today, which is where the Aerostar was originally manufactured. That's why I chose it as a kind of factory base. So I got a 0 hour on the clock Aerostar from Van Nuys. I've flown it up to Great Falls, Montana, which isn't the longest route that you can do. This yellow circle here, this 1,300 nautical mile circle, that's pretty much the extent of what the Aerostar can do. You can see, if I'd started from Van Nuys, I could have been across to, like, yeah, Missouri. Like, in 2 leaps. In a leap from Van Nuys and then a leap from Van Nuys up, I could be almost probably in Halifax in 2 flights from the west coast. That's really a impressive range. And then once I get to Montana, I'll be over to just south on the south coast of the Hudson Bay, and then from there up to Nuuk, and then from Nuuk to Vagar, and then Vagar to England. So it doesn't take much to be able to hop across in an aircraft with range like this. It's pretty impressive. Yes, correct. Yesterday was the last day. Oh, okay. It was a nice show and had a great to meet the developers and influence. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. And nope, in the UK here too. I just moved to 2024 from FSX after. You're that guy. I saw a post. I saw you say that on Facebook, I think. Today, or was it yesterday? And I remember because I was like, yo, that's quite a jump. Like, good for you, man. That's quite a jump. But I still but I am still trying to get to grips with keyboard controls. My yoke Bravo throttle fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, keyboard controls and stuff. That's all a bit of a. That's a bit of an issue, but. Managed to test VR headsets and new hardware. Right. You know, so I've never flown VR ever. I maybe at Cosford, maybe 4 years, 5, 6 years back now. Goodness me, how long has it been since I went to Cosford? Well, I mean, it doesn't run anymore, so. But when I was in Cosford, that was the only time in my life I've ever tried VR, and it was pretty awesome. It wasn't. I can't remember if it was P3D or something or X-Plane. I was flying a fighter jet, you know, but it's a bit trippy because you can't see your keyboard or your hardware so you have to be super aware and super confident as to exactly which buttons are where in order to press the right ones without having to constantly stop what you're doing, open up the headset, look down, and then press the button, and then, like, that would just be very immersive breaking for me, I think. Like, the only way I would really appreciate VR is if I had a full cockpit simulator where it physically was so easy to press the right buttons in VR that it made sense to do that. But particularly for YouTube, because I'm always recording YouTube videos for YouTube, it's all 2D. Every camera movement that my head does goes into a YouTube video, and a lot of VR, particularly the earlier VR setups, like the head would constantly like look like it was doing this as someone was, like, you know, moving their head. It was very, very janky, and I was like, that's not a look that you want for YouTube content creation. So I've always stuck with Track IR5. This Track IR5, how long have I had this? When did I buy it? Let me look at my Google. Let me look at my my email receipts here. Track IR5 Natural Point. When did I buy this? Flight Sim Store. Order confirmation. Yeah. When was this? 2012. So I bought this 13 years ago. This little bit of plastic, 13 years old, and the bit that's on the top of my monitor. That's value, guys. That was like 135 quid 13 years ago. That is value. I like it. Hello, Juan. I live in the USA now. I understand your point. It's better to invest those pounds in a PC. Yeah, that's true. I'll stick to my Track IR. It seems pretty good to me. Yeah. Yes, I remember your comment now. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. I bought this today, but still haven't even downloaded. Yeah, it's good. 13. Yeah, 13 years old, this Track IR system. And it's never broken. I mean, obviously, I've used some super glue and duct tape on it as the years have gone by, but, you know, it's still solid. It still works really well. Okay, so coming up close to this VOR, we want to centralize our heading hold. Let's go to heading hold. We're 7 nautical miles away, so let's go heading. And now we're going to change the magnetic bearing is going to be 13. So about there. Yep, there we go, 13. So as we pass over the VOR, we then take a right-hand turn and head on out to Great Falls, which we should be there pretty soon, because that is only a leg of 58 nautical miles. So we'll be there soon. And the reason, guys, why I chose Great Falls, Montana as my first destination is because my older brother lives there, and he is a business jet pilot. He flies... well, the Cessna Citation. Yeah, no, Cessna Citation and the... Oh, it's one of the one of the global, it's either the global 5000 series or global 7000 series bizjets. He flies those for yeah, and he used to actually work in Van Nuys and live just north of LA in the aviation industry. So but now he lives out of Montana, Great Falls, and he does a lot of commuting back to LA for work, and also flies around the country doing bizjet stuff as a bizjet pilot. So I thought, because the Piper Aerostar was manufactured in real life in Van Nuys, that was where it was first done, I thought, hey, why don't I go visit the older brother, as it were, and see what's going down in Montana. And from the air, it looks like a big place with lots of room for doing what you want to do. You know, like going out into the forest, hunting your moose, you know, your bear, you know, making a fire, cooking it, skinning it, and then reloading your multiple firearms and doing it all over again. You know, it's the American way. So it's looking good. It's fine. I'm still using the first speakers I bought for the first PC I bought back in 1999. You go, man. Well done. Hats off to you, sir. No, I mean that's meta. That is. Well done, sir. I have them on my 9950 X3D and 4090 rig. That's brilliant. I love it. Do you know how PCs now still have like the green audio jack socket in the back? And I still my speakers that I hardly ever use because I'm listening here are stuck into the back of the PC using that green audio jack, the 3.5mm audio jack, which is from like the 1980s or something. You know, VR only makes sense if you have a pass through to check the keyboard and hardware. What does that mean? It is too expensive to achieve what I would like. Yeah, it is. Tell me about it. The problem with VR is keeping the minimum frame rate. Ah, that's good. That's a good point. With a trackball, it's very easy to use VR. Okay. Oh, is that thing you hold in your hand and then you move it in 3D space and like click in the cockpit, buttons in the cockpit? That makes sense. I'm guessing Great Falls is kind of over this ridge because that's a bit more mountainous than I pictured when I thought of Great Falls on the map. So that's a fly in my way. That's definitely more mountainous than I gave it credit. I'm not quite there yet, but I'll be there soon. Oh, 14 minutes. 14 minutes, that's nothing at all. I could probably think about descending fairly soon. Let's have a look at my descent checklist and get prepped for that. Yes, but I use the audio jacks for the rumble. Ah, okay. The actual sound comes through the monitor mini jack. Ah, right. Or is good with the HOTAS and helicopters VR. Yes, VR helicopters, I can understand that, yeah. Depth, I mean, helicopters' depth perception is so much more crucial even than the kind of flying I'm doing now for helicopters, yeah. Oh, I see. Nuys cameras in the front. Oh, I see. So headsets now have cameras. Wow, that's trippy. So you can actually see around you even with the VR headset on. That's insane. I mean, the level of tech things, yeah, it's just that's kind of creepy advanced. Right, right. So let's just have a look at my descent checklist, and let's get the tablet out. Let's bring that baby up. Have a look. Flight info, checklists. Okay, we go straight from the cruise to approach. So autopilot master off, boost pumps on. The boost pumps have been off the entire cruise. That's fine. Mixture full rich. Fuel selector on. Yes, they've been on all the time anyway. That's fine. Flaps 20 degrees below 175. Okay, we're actually below, I mean, yeah, when we get there, that is. Gear down below 157, which is, yeah, 157 is the white line. So that's the gear, and then lights on, gear lights on, hydraulic pressure check, airspeed 140. Okay, right, so nothing crazy. Nothing that's going to surprise us on that approach checklist, so that's fine. I'm better in VR and racing. Yeah, racing on the ground would make more sense for VR, I think. Again, depth perception is everything, isn't it? I've been doing a lot of talking today. God, I mean, my job is audio narration and voiceovers. So, I basically saw I mean, I had Discord minimized, right? And the very split second that A2A made the announcement that the Aerostar was released, I saw it and I immediately thought, oh, okay, so how is my afternoon going to pan out? And I thought, right, because I'm going on holiday for the rest of the week tomorrow morning, I won't have any chance to debut the Aerostar on my YouTube channel unless I do it now. So I thought, well, if I shift some hours around this afternoon, I can start the live stream at 4:30. It's now 9:38, so I've been 4:30, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I've been live streaming for, this is 4 hours. This is long for me. I'm not used to doing a live stream this long. I've never, I think maybe there's once or twice I've done like 7-hour long streams, long hauls in the Constellation, way back in P3D when I was doing round the world, you know, Constellation legs. I was doing London to Sydney in the Constellation, and I remember me and Ian Fisher were doing like 7-hour live stream legs. It was crazy. Back in my young days when I was a 20-year-old young man with lots of energy, like, you know. Grandfather flew Aerostars in the 80s. Wow. Cool. For airliners, I preferred using regular screens. Yeah, that's true. That's really cool. Interesting story. Interesting story. You have given us an interesting story. Juan says, for GA, VR is better. Yeah, and for DCS or IL2, well, it's almost a must. Yeah, that's the thing. Combat, as soon as you come into combat, it's depth perception all the way. But, again, like, I still persist in IL2 with a 2D screen and track IR. I mean, I've not flown IL2 in a while now, but I'll definitely be jumping on their IL2 Korea. And they're actually going to bring out the IL2 Pacific Theater finally in the IL2 Korea engine that they're producing. Would you say a real cockpit sim is the ultimate VR sim? I did a flight in an A320 and B747, pretty cool. I don't know. 7-hour stream? Yeah. I don't have anyone that is aviation related well. Alright. Cool. My grandfather was a B-17 pilot in World War II, and he dropped bombs on Germany. And I have black and white photos up on my wall that are, I think, original because of the way of the paper they're printed on and the condition that they're in. They're original black and white photos of the bombs falling through the bomb bay doors down onto targets, and I've taken them and I've superimposed them over Google Maps, and I've actually matched them exactly to where those bombs dropped on Google Maps, which is kind of sobering. It was an interesting project to do. But these pictures are like sequential, so it's like there were like 10 photos in a row as the bombs fell out of the plane, and when they hit the target, you see the plumes in each photo. You see the plumes get bigger and bigger as all of the bombs of the squadron hit and detonate in certain areas. And you can I was able to pinpoint like all the bomb hits and then superimpose them over modern day Google Maps. It was, yeah. One day, and I have a load more documentation from my grandfather and his career, but one day I do plan on releasing a series of videos, documentary videos on my grandfather's whole military career, as far as I can tell, based off of the documentation I have. Right, so guys, I am going to begin descending. So let's take the alt off, and let's pitch forward and get this baby on the ground, because if I don't get down, she's just going to stay up here forever, because she has the fuel to do so. So, right. So I might do a little lap around Great Falls first, before I come into land, because my brother lives there, so it would be nice just to see where he lives. So, right. So we don't have a descent checklist. We just start descending. My grandparents fought in the Spanish Civil War, but not planes that... Wow. That's really cool. Those young men were amazing. Look forward to it. Amazing. Yeah. So basically, when the it was quite sobering, really, because when the most recent video series came out on Apple TV, the Masters of the Air. That's pretty much essentially what my grandfather was doing. And I look up his squadron, and his squadron was operating in England out of Kimbolton pretty much at the same times when the bloody 100th was operating out of Thorpe Abbots. I think his squadron though was more later in the theater in the campaign, because I know in the early years, in the earlier missions of the B-17s, like you see in the video series, those crews were limited to 25 missions, and then they were told that they were to go home because it was about a morale thing, because of the high attrition rate. But then in the late war, because the Allies swept the skies clean of Luftwaffe fighters, the attrition rates of the B-17s went like just plummeted down. So it meant that all of a sudden crews began surviving so many more missions, so many more bombers were coming back, because the Allies, the P-51s and such were just destroying wholesale the Luftwaffe on the ground and stuff. That it meant that by the time my grandfather was operating in the European theater, he did far more missions than 25. He did like definitely far more. I counted them all, and I have his war diary where he lists every target he ever hit with each mission, how long each mission was, the weather, and the flak that they came across, and any significant issues with the aircraft or that sort of thing, in his mission logs, which I have all photocopied. So I'm just waiting for someone to release a respectable version of a B-17 in MSFS 2020 or 2024, and then I can begin movie making and making as accurate videos about his missions and stuff as possible. It's just, I have a baby on the way in September, and I've got other things going on in life, so it is a long-term project that sat there in the back of my mind to do. I just haven't got around to it yet. Yeah, he was in the B-17G. He also went on later, post-war, and did Korean stuff. He did the B-26 jet bomber in that era, the atomic age. He was actually was part of the Manhattan Project, because he was one of, I think after World War II, he was in a position where he trained a lot of the NATO crews on the proper delivery of atomic weapons. That was kind of his role in the Manhattan Project, as far as I was told. But it's kind of funny because we have documents from that time where he was posted in Scunthorpe in England, in Norfolk, and his actual official title on the base was like cook or chef, because of course in the Cold War they were trying to keep as secret as possible the identities of nuclear pilots, because they didn't want the Russians finding out. So they would have nuclear pilots and bomber crews that were listed on the manifests at these airports as, like, you know, kitchen staff. So anyway, enough of that. That's stories for another day. This is kind of looks like the middle of nowhere, man. Gotta say. No, I'm joking. Right, I'm gonna go off autopilot now. I'm gonna do some proper flying. After all that time in the air, we are gonna do some proper flying. So, yeah, she handles. She's a. I have to say, the Aerostar feels tight. It feels slick. Let's pick up some speed now. So let's come down. We're coming down through 8,000 feet. Let's go standard barometric pressure. Let's go mixture to 75%. Let's go props up to 2,400. And let's see what sorts of speeds this baby can do. We owe ourselves that much at least. Let's sync up the manifolds and push up some speed. Yeah, so let's circle around the town first, and then come in and do some touch and goes. So 7,000 feet. Where did the mountains go? Yeah, right, guys. So I'm not going to really be paying too much attention to chat until I'm on the ground and shut down. So from now on, I'm not really going to be answering any chat messages. I'm just going to be... Okay, so there is the airport that we're going to be landing at. We'll be landing on this runway here. This is runway... what is this? Runway 03. Let's just grab the frequency. It's 11.3. That's 11.3. 11.3 is set. And there's the localizer and glide, you can see. And the localizer's 3.2, so let's just get that set as well. So that's course is 13. Let's go 3.3, 3.2 set. Okay, so that's the approach is set in the nav 1, and let's get down to what are we? So the ground is 3,600. We know that much, so we can get down to 4,600. Will be where we want to be. So we're barreling along at 200 knots now. And I have the power actually back to like 50%. So pretty sure I know my brother lives. I'll show you kind of where my brother lives. I don't quite know exactly where, but I'll kind of circle around where I think his house is. 5,000. Okay, so we're about 1,300 AGL right now. So we don't want to get too much lower. But here we are. Here is Great Falls, Montana. So this is where we're going to be stopping and refueling for our next leg, which is going to be even a longer leg than this one. Okay, so he's going to live somewhere in that area of buildings off my left wing. In one of those grids of dense population there. So we're just going to be pulling around. I'm pulling a fair amount on the stick. This is beyond a 30-degree bank angle. But she feels good. She feels good and tight. And I love these big windows. You can really get some good visibility into where you're pulling. She does feel fast. Okay, so that's 1,000 feet AGL. I don't really want to go below that until I'm on final. So let's get round and get on a final and do a touch and go and see how this thing feels on an approach. What we will need is our landing lights on. That's all we need at the moment. That's fine. Oh, what we do need, approach checklist, boost pumps on. Let's get them boost pumps on. And mixture, full rich. Let's get mixture full rich. Fuel selector is on. Flaps below. Okay, we'll worry about the flaps in uno momento. But she feels very good on the stick. The feeling is good. Okay, obviously I wouldn't normally be approaching an airfield from this sort of direction where the approach is. There's a hill! It's on a hill! Interesting. Again, like, I've seen this on the map because my brother's told me about where he lives and where he flies from, and I didn't really expect it to be on a kind of promontory. That's kind of cool. So we're going to do a kind of left-hand downwind approach, and then a turn on to final. So we're below the gear now. We can actually go, let's go props full forward, and we could introduce flaps actually. So let's introduce 10 notches of flap, or 10 degrees of flap, and let's go gear down. Let's have a look what that looks like. Yep, very nice. So I didn't realize at the beginning of the ferry flight that actually you can incrementally raise and lower the flaps, but you have to do it manually, if that makes sense. It doesn't automatically stop. The flap extension doesn't automatically stop at each stage. It will just manually go all the way to the bottom. It's a good thing I didn't set up a landing on that smaller runway. Oh, and actually that's never mind what I was saying. Okay, so we're getting quite slow here. So let's put in a bit more power. Now that we've slowed down, we're about yeah. Let's go flaps 20. There. That's about flaps 20. Take a screenshot of that. Okay, we're going to be doing a touch and go. Let's roll in and just pay attention to that glide slope. Let's start decreasing altitude. And again, we've got pretty good visibility, except that canopy bow right there on that particular angle of bank. Let's reduce manifold pressure. Yeah, let's get that speed down now. I'm a little bit tight here. Let's just go full idle. Yeah, that's good. Let's go full idle, and it'll be a touchdown on the mains, and then an immediate throttle up and take off. Let's put the power back in so we don't pancake out. Oh, she feels stable. She genuinely does feel. That's lovely. It's a lovely stable feel. I do like this. It feels like it's quite forgiving. And precise. Right, let's go idle cutoff and flare slightly, and a beautiful little touchdown. Beautiful. Nose wheel down and increase throttle. Again. And off she comes. And I'll keep the gear down for the moment. Just steadily increase my airspeed. And then just pull some of the flaps up. Let's go flaps up to 10 knots. A notch of 10 flaps. Okay, let's go flaps up. Gear up. And let's go flaps up fully. And with gear and flaps up and powerful forward, look how quickly we accelerate. That's pretty cool. Right, I'm trimming nose forward. And I'm going to come around again for... I mean, that's a beautiful, beautiful performance. She is like a fighter. That's nice. Okay, so I'm just going to do a full stop now, and this is going to be a little bit of a longer approach. I want to get on the glide. Actually, let's try and use the autopilot to land. Let's try that. Oh, I did actually say I was going to do a stall. Let's do a stall. Okay, let's go props full forward and power full forward. And let's go into a climb. We are not very high off the ground, actually, but let's not worry too much about that. Let's do a power on stall. Okay, so we're trying to try and hold this nose up attitude. I won't touch the rudder, and let's see what happens. Pulling, 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 trying to keep this nose attitude, and over she goes. No stall warning horn. She dropped the right wing. Let's recover. I mean, as stalls go, that was fairly sedate. I wasn't terribly... Oh, cylinder heads. Sorry. Yep. That's me destroying my cylinder heads because I'm firewalling the throttles. Okay, let's do a power off stall this time. Let's pull the power completely. Oh my goodness, look at that speed bleed off. Wow, that's quick. That bleeds off quickly. Off she comes. And again... And she wants to spin. She almost wants to spin. I kind of felt her wanting to go into a bit of a spin there, but almost not quite. I think if the stall was harder than that, then it could have easily gone. If I had tried it, right, let's go gear down. Let's start introducing flaps. Let's go flaps full, actually, this time. I'm not going to use the autopilot for a landing. I'll save a fully automated approach for another video. It's been a long day today, so I've got to put in a fair amount of power here to be able to maintain speed with this flap setting. This is pretty aggressive flaps here. This should be a pretty short field landing here. So there's the glide coming in. Localize is good. Check hydraulic pressure. Hydraulic pressure is good. Yeah. I didn't really look at the landing checklist, actually. That's my mistake, but I've never been a terribly good one for following the checklists correctly, but hey, we are but mortals, right? I mean, even with full flaps at low speed, she still feels good. She still feels logical and stable and responsive. She does feel a bit wallowy, but you know, every aircraft does with full flaps, geared down, and low airspeed on final approach. So, okay, here we go. Okay, idle cutoff, and just lift the nose, kiss the pavement. There we go. Nose down. What an aircraft! I mean, she's a beautiful lander. She lands really nicely. Let's go RPM 1000. And let's lean for ground operations. Get those flaps up. And let's taxi off the runway, off the active. There we go, ladies and gents. That is my first... That's not the nav, that's the strobe. I think that's the strobe. Was that the strobe? Yes, I did. I got the strobe off. she's beautiful. Turn the autopilot off. And welcome to Great Falls. I always want to say Beaver Falls because I used to live in I used to frequent Beaver Falls, PA, but alas, we are quite far away from Beaver Falls. Let's see. My voice is just completely going at this point, so thoroughly enjoyable aircraft, I have to say. Super looking forward to flying more of this when I get back off holiday and getting more in depth, making more videos. What I'm going to be doing, for those of you who didn't hear earlier on, I'm going to long term be creating a whole series of in-depth tutorials on this aircraft and its inner workings. It's been a long time that we've been waiting for a twin GA aircraft from A2A, and we finally have it, and it's going to be a great thing. So let's just actually have a look at that landing checklist before we flaps and reduce power. That's all it was. Okay, after landing, prop full forward, flaps up, booster pumps off. We pop those off now. Trim tabs neutral, cabin heater off. The trim tabs neutral? Not yet. Let's just pop them neutral. For the next flight, because obviously this is all persistent. There you go, neutral trim tabs. Let's just pop in here and then shut down. This is all a persistent aircraft, so the way you leave it is the way you get it. I have no clue where this is. This is probably... I mean, it's a default airport scenery for this airport, so I'm just going to leave it there. Okay, so on the brakes, let's pop the brakes on, and let's do a shutdown checklist, which is going to be parking brake set, idle, engine cool down, so let's just idle. Radios and lights can go off, so master avionics can go off. All my lights can go off. Mixture, idle cutoff. And they are left in the max RPM. They've not feathered themselves, but maybe they won't feather themselves until I turn off the alternators and batteries, like so. And the hydraulic pressure, maybe the oil pressure slowly bleeds away and they return to like a feathered state. No? Maybe not. No. Okay, I can feather them still. But will they go back to... Oh, I just feathered them. Look, I'm just feathering them now, but I can't unfeather them now. So it's like the oil pressure I used to feather them just now has now been expelled, and they can't be feathered anymore. That's cool. Okay. Right. Let's go put the wheel chocks on, the tie downs. We don't need engine heaters. I think it's... Well, let's install them anyway, just to see. Are they somewhere? I don't see them. That might be one of those early access things where they will add them graphically at some point soon, but we don't see them at the moment. Let's turn the mags off for both engines, and that is all she wrote, guys. I think that's all she wrote, and apparently I have 9 hours. There's no way. There's just no... That's wrong. There's just no way those numbers are correct. So sadly, it looks like those numbers, for some reason, are not working, which is really sad because I don't want to lose, you know, the time built on the engines. This is AccuSim 2.0 after all. You know, you don't want to mess that up. But anyway, I have it stored on Volanta anyway. I've got the hours on Volanta that I did. Anyway, guys, thank you very much for watching. I super enjoyed that. That was a far longer live stream than I usually do, but it was worth it. You know, it's not every day that A2A drops something like this, and this is long term the developer that I stick around for, definitely. So I think I'll get the Starship first before thinking about this one. Yeah, I mean, Starship... Starship... Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Starship myself, but Black Square is really up there. Definitely, I can understand why anyone would go in for Black Square these days. They're good people, and they do he does fantastic work. So yeah, no, she lands really nicely. This is a quality A2A plane, not regular. No, I mean, this is worlds away from Coronado, believe me. 50 is hell of a lot for a GA plane. Dude, Apollo, like, you know, how much are you spending for PMDG? How much are you spending for Phoenix and FS Labs? Like, A2A Simulations is the FS Labs of GA. It is the PMDG. It is the PMDG of GA. You know, people look at a Boeing 777 and think, oh yeah, well it's you know $70, and then they look at something like this and think, well, why? What am I spending money for? It's tiny. It's why, and that doesn't compute. I think it's worth every penny. This is. Can this auto land? I'll find out in the next time I fly it. I'm gonna go on holiday and come back, and I will let you know, Juan. Unless you see it before I get back off holiday, I can do some proper IMC, you know, low visibility approaches. See what this thing can do. A little low for a stall. What about a loss of an engine, like the accident we had? Yeah. Yeah. I thank you very much. Enjoy, but have a nice day. Yep. Okay, folks. I'm gonna go. I will go and have a shower and sleep, and I will see you guys later. So let's see. 5 hours and 43 minutes of a live stream. So I'll come back later and I'll try and timestamp it for people who want to watch it afterwards so that they can at least navigate it a bit easier. So anyway, folks, I'm going to say goodnight and see you soon.